Welcome to Ship 37's rollout. We're not going to do an intro, we're going to go straight live because look, Ship 37 is rolling past our cameras right now. Woo! It's the rollout to launch. This is, SPMT noises. That's nice. You can't beat that. But this is the rollout to launch. This is, hopefully, the last time we'll see Ship 37 on an SPMT. We don't want it rolling back for any other reason. So hopefully when they get to the pad 1, they'll be stacking it pretty much soon afterwards. I know the weather is not particularly amazing, but hopefully this will go to plan and we'll have a launch tomorrow. And that is currently still the plan. Joining us on this live stream is, I'm very unorganized here, we've got Ryan Webber. Hello, Ryan.
Well, hi everyone. Hi, Chris. Yeah, Ship 37's rolling out. No pressure, Ship 37, but the intermediate future, or the immediate future, I should say, of the Starship program is all on you. So you need to work. But yeah.
Very good. We're also joined, I think, from the field. I don't know if I'm asking at a bad time with a big, massive ship rolling past him, but Jack. Hello, Jack.
No, you're all good, Chris. Hopefully I'm coming through loud and clear. I'm here at the launch site waiting for the ship to approach. So now is a good time. When the ship's at the launch site, please don't talk to me.
Very good. Right, that's good programming in advance. There we go. So the plan with this stream is interesting because there's so much going on. As you can imagine, we cover everything that's important, and the fun thing is everything that's important is happening all at once. So what we're going to do on this stream is we're going to go live, well, we are live now, and stay live until full stack. That could be many hours. It could be, we don't know. But if it is, that's fine. We're going to stay live, we're going to keep talking, and we might have some dropouts where we just put a bit of DJ on, maybe. I don't know. We might just keep talking, or we might even have some special things we can show you. But the main thing is to keep going till live, till stack. And then the next stream we'll be doing will be the CRS launch from Florida, because that's a Dragon International Space Station launch, and it is important we cover those launches as well. So that's something we're going to do in the early hours if you're UK, or the late hours if you're in America, because that is tonight as well, or this morning, depending on where you are. And we've also, and I've got a crazy echo. Somebody help me out with the echo because I don't hear myself. There we go. That's better. Right, so we then have the stakeout stream, and that starts about 3:30 p.m. UK time. Let's work that out American time. So that's 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, 9:30 a.m. Central time, and that takes us through to the main launch stream, which then starts several hours before launch. And hopefully then Ship 37 and Booster 16 will launch into the sky. Everything will go very well to plan. Block 2 will be redeemed. They'll land in the ocean. Everyone starts applauding. And we look forward to Flight 11. Does that sound like a good idea, everybody? Ryan, does that sound like a perfect day?
That sounds... that sounds like a perfect day. Let's hope the skies clear up around then. If not, if they don't... personally speaking, this is me personally, I'm not opposed to a one-day. I'm not opposed to that. But, I mean, it would be nice to get this launch off with, because we thought it was going at the end of June, and, well, no. It didn't, obviously. It's about to go... Hopefully it goes here in August, but yeah. I mean, with Chip rolling out, it kind of has to go to August unless they run into a problem.
Indeed, I will always say that we like to make these streams interactive. I'm going to ask a promise from everybody. I might be doing the CRS mission on my own tonight, or early hours, which is going to be hilarious because, one, I'll be extremely tired, and two, I know I can talk quite a lot. I am notorious for just chatting away, but I will ask people to think of some questions so we can answer some questions live on stream, or I might just go down a rabbit hole and start talking about shuttle days.
Really quickly, I just want to point out the beautiful reflection on the factory right now. Look at that. It's gorgeous.
Lighting
is perfect.
Isn't it? You know what, Jack? You should take some pictures. I love
Hey, good thing I am.
There we go. You see, I always tease Jack with that because Jack's photographs are amazing. So when Jack goes, "Hey, Chris, here's a collection of photographs I took today," I go, "Oh, thank you, Mr. Jack. Very much appreciated. I shall supply those to the members. Post haste." And Jack goes, "Very good, sir."
Very good. And I tip my hat. The good thing is Max is also out here I think Tyler's out here. Like the team is starting to show up in force, so we should have some good imagery of this rollout.
Excellent. It's actually the rain that's happened while they took it out of Mega Bay 2 has made it super shiny. It looks like it's been through the car wash. It really does look like it's been cleaned. I do like this. We're going to get a good look at the TPS as well, Ryan, because we know that when they did the testing, the static fire test and then the spin prime test, there was still quite a lot of TPS work to do. Now, it doesn't mean it'll be completely covered in TPS. They're going to have their areas, aren't they, on the vehicle where they're going to do some re-entry testing, providing it gets that far in the mission. But they will have probably some gaps that they'll be testing on purpose, Ryan.
Yes, so it looks like, at least from the quick shots we got, it looks like they are missing tiles in a lot of locations, and they've done it where they've painted it black, where like they've painted the ramps black, and they have that black like ablative section. And then basically it actually looks like Ship 35 and the other Block 2 ships, because this is something they've been wanting to test for the last 3 flights and haven't been able to. Then they actually pulled tiles off. So basically, the point of doing this is to pull it off like around the tank sections. I think they've got some around the nose. We'll have to get a better shot of it because I don't know if it's a different pattern than what they did on 35 or not. And then, of course, somewhere on the flap hinges and other things like that. So what SpaceX is trying to do is when the ship re-enters, they're trying to make sure that if a tile was missing in this location, do they lose the ship? So in this kind of instance, I would not be surprised if Ship 37 did get to a controlled reentry, it was still lost. I wouldn't be surprised because they are missing tiles in certain locations. Now, of course, that might bum people out because we still haven't seen a full, reentry with a Block 2. But if this works that way, then SpaceX will know where they need to beef up the heat shield for Block 3. Or maybe do some quick beefing up on Ship 38 before it flies, probably in late October or something like that. And then that'll be one last suborbital flight with Block 2 using a fully completed heat shield and then testing, basically testing to make sure that a fully completed heat shield on Block 2 works as intended with the flap setup and everything else, and then move on to Block 3. So that's what they're trying to do, is what they've been trying to do for the last 8 months. Hopefully they can get the data this time around. I do feel bad for the heat shield team, the amount of times they've had to do these experiments again and again, but, things happen. So
I just want to quickly thank some people. Now, if you hear me on streams, I use that phrase almost like a copy and paste, but I do generally mean it, but it's something I've become so used to saying. And I'm forever grateful that I get to say that on every single stream, that I get to thank people who support us, because every stream we do, we get people supporting us. And you know what? I'm rabbit hole time. We've got a long stream, Ryan, so I'm going to rabbit hole. I don't care. Ever since I started NSF 20 years ago. Yeah, 20 years ago. That's crazy, isn't it? We've had support. We wouldn't have got past year 1 without the support. And you're going, Chris, you didn't have a YouTube channel 20 years ago. No, we had the site. And the site was costing enough as it was, but we had L2, and L2 covered the cost of the servers and the hosting and all the software and blah, blah, blah. So we wouldn't have got past year 1 without that support in the early days. We absolutely would not have the channel we have now if it wasn't for the support. Remember, we started the site because we were protecting the site's forum from Mary's uploads, which were amazing, of video clips into the forum, getting hot linked and the servers getting absolutely drained because everyone was downloading these clips that were uploaded as attachments to the forum. So we said, Mary, can we put these clips on YouTube just to relieve it? We'll then hot link the YouTube into the forum. That'll be an easy way of doing it. We're not hosting the clips then. Mary said yes. And that's when we built up an audience, and we didn't expect it. We never had any plans for a big YouTube channel. And we thought, this is great. We're getting quite a lot of momentum going here. Let's start doing these videos slightly more properly rather than me just bandicamming Mary's clips into YouTube, which is what it was. It really was me bandicamming clips in a row into YouTube, making videos. You go back to the early days of our videos, you'll see it. And then we got professional people in like Jack to do editing videos and things like that and proper design. And then we started buying land at Starbase, which is bonkers with the support we got. And now we've got this camera you're looking at right now. is on one of our plots of land at Starbase, highway site. And it's not just the land you're buying, it's all the equipment and stuff that you put there. That's because of your support. Literally, you were funded this. I'm not even joking. Right, let me thank some people because I just went down a rabbit hole there. Andreas upgraded to Red Team. So you're already a member, you upgraded. Ferren has become a PadRat member. Launch Heaven has become a PadRat member. Matt, Mike Alpha of Tango Sierra, but I know you as Matt, has gifted 50 Red Team memberships. That's 50 people who have now become a member during a launch campaign on our channel. So thank you, Matt. And if you did get a membership, you'll see it come up in chat saying you've been gifted a membership by Mike Alpha Tango Sierra. That's it'll come up as your username. Just say thank you, because it's a month for free and there's no commitment or whatever. What looks like blue, but it's I3LUE. I think that's a clever way of showing blue. It's on the super chat. Thank you. Just rocket emojis, which I appreciate. Bideford, another one of our regular supporters. Rolling, stack around the corner, and finally the patch, of course. Right, so that's the other thing, is we will release the pre-order. We'll show it, the Flight 10 patch, the NSF Flight 10 patch, and I'm looking forward to that release because I think it's our best patch ever. Perrin has upgraded to Capcom member. Ground umbilical carrier plate. Oh, that sends shiver down my shuttle spine. Hey, Chris, want to say thanks to the NSF team. Well, thank you. The GUP, as we called it, the ground umbilical carrier plate, was something that was very leaky in the final shuttle missions and caused many a problem with the external tank. And they do have that for SLS, but it's not leaked for SLS yet, so that's something they've probably improved on. Mr. Fluffy came out, says, no stream for rollout, feel betrayed, not. Much love to NSF and the crew in the field. Did we ever figure out how many horses fit in Ship 37? Well, I figured out that Air Horse 1, which is the transporter which takes the American Olympic horses to the Olympics, can carry 30 horses. So if you take the payload capacity of a 737, the cargo capacity, and then convert that to Starship, you probably get your horses per Starship. There you go. That's something that's true. Air Horse 1 is a real thing, by the way. That's what they call it. It's brilliant. As Ship 37 starts rolling past that camera installation I was talking about at Highway, it's making good pace, Ryan.
Yeah, they're usually pretty quick with these when they don't run into any issues. It can usually only take about an hour to do the roll. I will say, looking at some of this, there are definitely some differences with the tiles. I right off the bat, right on the front, the tiles that are on the leeward edge of the aft flaps are definitely, well, they're not new. They've put them there before, but if I remember correctly, they were always farther down. They're kind of more up, and they're on both flaps this time, because in the past, I think they were only on one single flap. And once it passes here, hopefully we can get a decent shot of the heat shield, although it is kind of facing in a weird direction, so I don't know how much we're going to get. We'll at least get one side, because in the past on Block 2, they've basically taken, it's a set pattern they've taken tiles off on either side going all the way up. And one thing I did notice is they do have this single tile cutout on, it's the upper aft flap, like fairing, like the upper fairing of it. And it's not a tile that they take out. It's basically they cut out a hexagon between a couple of tiles. It's this abomination thing that's been there all of Block 2 because they haven't been able to test it yet. But once again, it's on this ship, and then we can even see missing tiles even from this angle here.
This is, you might not even hear me over the SPMTs, but I will say this is what's been requested by chat, close-ups. You're getting close-ups, don't you worry. It's always a plan. Wow, it's a bit noisier than normal, I think. There we go. It's passing the microphone.
Yeah, see, there's all the missing tiles. So I think this has got more missing tiles than even the last one does. I think I see where some of the metallic ones are, which are the normal spots. Because they're doing it in the middle of the tank section, and then they do it near the edge of the tank section. That silver spot you see right there, that's that hexagon cutout I was literally just talking about, where it's not actually a tile that's missing. They literally cut it out of a couple of tiles. Of course, they take some out right there on the aft skirt. They take some out on the the aft flap hinges, even the forward flap hinges will have some out. They're basically trying to see if we say in any kind of a mission, if you lost a tile in this location, does that mean the loss of the ship? Because there were definitely locations. Here we go, shuttle.
Hey.
Where if you lost a tile, as we unfortunately found out, the shuttle wouldn't survive. And SpaceX wants to know where on the ship you could lose a tile and whether the ship would survive or not survive. So that's the reason for this test. So
I did see Alex in the back room saying I'm running at the SPMTs at 104.5%. That's a shuttle reference for you all out there. The RS-25Ds would run at 104.5% during the ride uphill. And people go, but Chris, there's no such thing as more than 100%. It's because they're power rated when they were first designed at 100%, and they've worked out they could add more to it, so they went to 104.5. They could actually go to 107% for an abort mode, which thankfully never needed. An abort mode on the space shuttle during first stage was bad. Bad. RTLS, and that's not a guarantee you're going to get back to the launch site at the best of times. In fact, return to launch site abort, you'll hear return to launch site a lot nowadays because of the way the Falcons come back. When they come back to the LZs, LZ2 now as it will be. But RTLS during the space shuttle was a bad situation. The best they could probably hope for, I was told by astronauts and shuttle engineers, was to get the orbiter to turn and come back over the SRB recovery boats, bail out, and get recovered by those ships and let the orbiter splash into the ocean. They could not water land the space shuttle orbiter. It could not survive a water landing. Unlike Captain Sully, couldn't do it. Not with a space shuttle, too heavy. But yeah, it's a bad thing, and it would happen if the first stage of problems with space shuttle. My word, I don't get the nerves on launches like I did during the space shuttle program. Chat, join in on this one. If you're a shuttle historian, someone who's been watching shuttle missions and now watching the Dragon missions, for example, you just don't get the same nerves, which is a good thing, by the way. But the space shuttle launches always put the nerves up me because you could know what was going. If something went wrong during first stage, it was probably going to end up in a very bad day. Let's go back to questions. Here we go. Nikki D asks, does Ship 37 have catch pins on it like previous version where they were hoping to test how those would fare on re-entry, Ryan?
It does have structural catch pins. They actually have since... Did they start? I'm trying to remember if they started using them on 35 or 36 to lift them. I think they started using them on 35. But they've basically been using a bar and a sling setup in Mega Bay 2 to lift these vehicles by the catch pins and not using the fancy 4-point lifters that they've had. They only use the 4-point lifters to stack, and then they've been using a sling setup to lift them and move them around and whatnot. So they are structural. They can lift the whole vehicle. And even with the flight data and just construction data that they have, they've already slightly changed the design on Block 3. So it's kind of nice to see. They got some data, but it would be absolutely nice to get some actual reentry data on those. I think those will be fine. I don't think they'll burn up. It really, based on how plasma flow might work around them, but it'll be nice to see. I can't wait to see a camera shot of those on reentry. I really hope we see that tomorrow after launch. If they go tomorrow, like, boy, I just want to see a reentry with these cameras.
Oh, Zappafan says, did you see the church move in Sweden on SPMTs? I did, and I did think that. I saw it on the news, and I thought, hang on a minute, I know what those rolly things are. It's amazing now. I must admit, I have passed a few construction sites not far from me in York, and I've kind of admired and studied their cranes. Something I would never have done before Starbase. It's just something where you're going, oh, that's not a LR 11,000. That's a tiny crane compared to the ones I'm used to watching. But yeah, it's kind of funny how these things get ingrained in your brain, because we've seen SPMTs before, but ever since these Starbase rollouts and what have you, you now tend to take notice on other events happening around the world with the same kind of equipment. It's kind of funny how that works. Mika Original, hang on a minute. Flight 10 patch ordered. Flight 9 metal print ordered. Well, first of all, thank you for that. That's amazing support. And thank you as always for the amazing coverage. I can't wait, hopefully, for good news tomorrow. How did Mika Original get to see the Flight 10 patch pre-order already? I wonder.
It's secret. It's secret.
It's always a secret. But I'm a leaker. But I'm a leaker. I know, but I'm a leaker.
I mean, it's up to you, Chris. But it's a secret, though. It's a secret.
Yeah, even Alex is saying secret. Oh.
Yeah, secret. It's a secret.
Oh, dear. I wonder.
You have to find out yourself. It's a secret.
Hang on. That's almost a leak. When the whoosh came, I thought, hang on a minute, what's going on? We're releasing it now. I'm not prepared. Okay, so that's kind of like... It makes it look awful. Trust me, it's a really amazing patch. It really is. But they've gone and sort of like censored it. But that gives you a clue on the kind of color scheme we're going for, shall we say? Apparently, some members have worked out how to find it. There we go. But it is getting released to everybody on pre-order. And don't worry, no one's going to miss out. We're not going to sell out on the first day. I mean, we get a lot in, but then after about 12 hours, we sell half the stock. And you're thinking, hang on a minute. Better mention the fact that once we do sell out, they're sold out. You can't get some of our previous patches and people go, oh, but Chris, you could just order a few more in. It doesn't work that way. You've got to bulk order it. Otherwise, it costs an absolute fortune. We can't put the prices to that level. It'd be ridiculous. You have to do a minimum large order, and that's what we've done. So once they've gone, they've gone. But yeah, I think you're safe. Don't worry. They're not going to be out of stock before we get through the launch. Connor G. Oh, yes, right.
All I will say is once you see it, this isn't a leak or anything. This isn't a leak. Once you see it, if ship 37 works, if it succeeds, if it gets that splashdown point, oh boy, does it become far more relevant and everything else. If ship 37 actually does succeed, that patch is even more amazing than it already is. I'll just put it that way.
John Sharp says, why so many security vehicles on the rollout? Well, to be fair, there is quite a lot usually. It normally is a couple of police cars in front, a couple of police cars behind, but some SpaceX security as well. But remember, this is a rollout to launch on a weekend. It makes sense that they've got this vehicle surrounded by cars to ensure no clever person in a car goes revving up to it and does a little overtake and some crazy photographs, which has happened. It really has. We saw on the stream, was it rollout for the spin prime or when it was coming back from the spin prime? Someone was by the road and the sheriff took a very big dislike to him getting too close to the vehicle. Oh, apparently it's public. Hang on, Adrian's telling me things. Adrian's going to jump in fact. Adrian is going to jump in and talk about patch 10. Wow, okay. So this is happening very soon. In fact, Adrian has just logged on. I'm giving Adrian a chance for his microphone to connect and for him to interrupt me and say, Chris, stop talking. I'm about to talk. That was his cue, by the way. While we're waiting for Adrian to unmute himself, that's pad 2, by the way. Look at the structure on pad 2 compared to the orbital launch mount on pad 1. It's a whole new ball game, isn't it, Ryan?
It is definitely. It's definitely a leaps and bounds better. I will say for those who've been following the construction, you can just see now how they finally extended the flame trench walls up to the top of the deck now. So you got that nice angle going down. That I think it's a 40. I think it's actually a full 45. I don't remember off the top of my head. But you get that nice angle going down right up to the flat top with the water cooled steel deck, which it's basically kind of like the plate that's under pad A, but it's now for the deck to cool that, plus the booster QD hoods and everything. With a flame deflector bucket and everything. It's a marvel of engineering, we'll just put it that way. It's far more robust. It's designed for the most powerful rocket in the world. I cannot wait to see a launch from there, and I believe there's somebody who wants to talk.
Yeah, I'm going to introduce a certain Mr. Adrian to talk about patch 10 potentially.
Yeah, so we released it early to members. I will fully admit that. We gave our members a chance to be the first to order it, the first to look at it. That's one of the few member perks we sometimes do. But it's not you were able to find it in the store, and I saw some people finding it in the store. So at this point, I will kind of admit that defeat. You found it, so I kind of want to talk about it. Let's show, in my opinion, the best. Yes, this is the best patch we have ever had. I think I can confidently say that. With the homage to the Massey explosion, with the Phoenix rising from the ashes, we have our Flight 10 or Flight X patch here, designed by Jack again. It is now available for pre-order at shop.nasaspaceflight.com if you go to the Starship Flight Test collection. The banners will also go up. I was not planning to have this already up, but I will make this all now. But if you go to the Starship Flight collection, you will see it. Banners will also going up now, and I think it's quite amazing. It's an amazing design. Celebrating this, it's 10 shaped, if people have maybe noticed it. It had like 10. It has a what's the word that I'm using? A decagon. I think.
Decagon.
Yeah. It has the X, it has the Phoenix. We once again have the cool documents from Jack talking about the color choices and the design choices, and you can see what colors he used. I think, I mean, Chris, it's the best, right?
It is. I'm finding people a direct link because a lot of people have, like me. I found my Chrome browser. We're just finding the summer collection coming up straight away. I'm going to give you a pinned link to the Flight 10. Hang on, Flight 10 merch, because it literally is a collection. You can get in other products as well, like the cups and the sweatshirts and what have you. 1 second while I quickly link that and pin it. And there we go. That's my job. I can't multitask, Adrian. I'm terrible at talking and typing. I can't do it.
All good. It's now on the front page as well. The front page banner is now also up as well. So if you go to the front page, the first banner that will appear is now also the patch that will link you to the collection, so you can easily find it. And I kind of want to point out that Carson is so very much here marking this is a pre-order. We are, of course, trying to ship them out as early as we can, but producing a high-quality patch takes some time. And we care about our patches. This is not like an on-demand product that you can just buy whatever. We have a long production line for this. We have the design process. We have ordered this. We have ordered a certain amount. I want to point this out again. It's a certain amount. And at the end of this will be the shipping. Right now we expect shipping to be starting in late September or early October. So in about a month from now is what the timeline, what we are tracking right now. We are also we are adjusting a bit based on the experience with timeline of the Shark patch. So yeah, it's a learning experience, and we are hopeful that you all like this patch, because I honestly think it's an amazing design. I wanted to talk about this, Chris, for weeks.
I wanted to leak it on OBS during a Raptor side. I was so tempted. It's like the button you said, do not press. And I was like, oh, God, I want to press it. I really want to press it.
For what I was alluding to earlier, where I was, and then all of a sudden now we've made it public. For talking about Ship 37 and everything, and rising from the ashes. If Ship 37 truly does succeed, then this patch even gets like a double meaning. Because we're finally breaking out of 3 straight failures, 4 if you count 36, and we're getting back into the Starship program of getting reentries and everything else. So if 37, no pressure, succeeds, then I think this is probably the best patch we've ever done. Because it becomes a double meaning of basically recovering from 36 and also recovering from 33, 34, and 35. So, like, Block 2 trying to rise itself from the ashes and basically work.
Yep. I will quickly mention something that we have to mention here. We have sadly increased shipping costs outside of the US, which is sadly right now outside of our control. That came with some changes in how shipping on the international level is right now available for us. We are working on bringing these shipping costs down in the future on future campaigns again, and as soon as we can do that, we will. But that is right now the situation we are in. And as soon as we find a solution to adjust this for future campaigns, we will do that. But for this patch, the international shipping rate is sadly what is expected based on what is available to us as a company.
I will say, Adrian, I said, don't worry, it won't sell out. We're on a 5,000 watch stream. Now, during launch, it's like 6 figures. If we've sold this many, if you look in the back panel, Adrian, how many we sold already? Based on a 5,000 stream, it might sell out tomorrow. It might. It's flying.
Yeah, like it's always with the patches, and honestly, this patch is flying even faster than usual. Because I mean, yeah, it's the best design we have ever done. Like Jack has absolutely blown our mind here. We loved it. I think there was a general crazy reaction when he posted it the first time, because we were like, oh my god, this is perfect.
He's brilliant. By the way,
Yes.
Ship 37, it's now at the launch site. It's passing pad 2. That seems like it's flown by. I know it's been 30 minutes since we started streaming. The stream started literally as it was rolling, but that is quite fast.
It should turn in any minute now, let's see here. What it entered Highway 4. It entered Highway 4 at like 3:10, 3:12. I mean, I haven't timed the rollouts in a long time. I used to do that. But this is definitely up there for one of the fastest rollouts they have ever done. Like by far. I think they are acutely aware of the weather, and they want to get this massive steel cylinder off the road and next to a tower that would most likely get hit by lightning rather than the vehicle. I think is what they're trying to do. So it's very close to entering the launch site here, right at the D1 entrance, which is right next to Pad B.
Yep, I'm getting loads of questions about the patch in the panel. Don't worry, I'm going to try and mix them and match them with actual flight questions to make sure I do that one quickly. Thanks for more people there. Connor G, thanks for members pre-release item. Pick mine up right away. Thank you. Liam became a Red Team member. Big massive dumps. I dread to think what you were thinking when you set that username up. Gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Chromatics gifted a Red Team membership. Dylan Cook has become upgraded to Capcom. So you're already a member. You upgrade to Capcom. That means you get Discord access. So that's really cool. Brock Bowers has done a $200 tip, which is bonkers. Tips is the way you get everything. No one gets a cut of that. It goes straight to us. So that's a really nice way of doing it. Shout out to producer. Oh, yeah, Carson's producing the stream. Thank you, Carson, for producing the stream. I'm as bad as everybody else. I just forget to thank the producer because I'm too busy trying to get my head around what we're doing as we go live. But Brock Bauer said, thanks to the producer. Last night's member stream was amazing. That was a server build stream. That was really cool. Here's to Flight 10. Shout out to all the team members and mods and the SPL to the field. Looking forward to the content from this flight. Wow, thank you, Brock. That's really nice to say, regardless of you doing a massive tip as well. I mean, that's just a nice thing to say, full stop. It could have been a normal chat message and I'm still already out. Robert, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Luke says, may we pray she makes it? We can do. Won't hurt. And you got something from the store, by the way. I clicked on it too fast. Hang on one second. Oh, you got the Jack print. You got a print from Jack. Jack, can you see your screen, Jack? Oh, actually, this is when Jack said, "Don't come to me."
No, I was about to say that's what he said. Don't come to
Sorry,
me.
Jack. Sorry, I completely forgot where you said you won't be available. But someone just got one of your prints. That's really nice, and that means Jack gets a little cut of that as well. But every time you buy a print from our store, the photographer who took it, because they're all our photographs, the photographer who took it gets a cut as well because it's a nice little bonus thing for them. Bob Fillmore gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Chanata became a Red Team member. Mike Original. Flight 10 parts. That must have been a typo from earlier. Secrets. Chris Von Schurer became a launch director. Dr. Kerry says, Dr. Holly here. Oh, Dr. Holly has a store message. There we go. Really glad I got through all this. Oh my word, there's so many store messages because when you get something from the store and the patch is an example of that, you can actually type a message, and that's why my panel is full of store messages. I will read them all out there, but I'm going to go back to questions for a second to try and mix and match it. Adrian, Adrian's gone.
Yeah.
But I can answer this one. All 4IX asks, was there a different design for Flight 10 patch before Ship 36? Yes, it was. It was after the Massey explosion that Jax came up with this idea of Phoenix from the Flames. So from the flames of Ship 36 that was going to fly on Flight 10, we're going to Ship 37, and that's the Phoenix. So that's the play on that angle there, which I thought was a really clever idea. And there's now an emoji in chat, I've noticed. Because I was asking Ryan for that, so that's really cool.
You just have to refresh the stream, and it'll pop up in chat, and you'll be able to use it. So
there's about 5,000. Can it stack in the rain? Can it roll in the rain? Yeah, probably.
I mean, it is the joke, but they actually, as far as I know, it is still kind of drizzling over there. I mean, I know Jack doesn't really want to answer, can't really answer right now, but as far as I could tell from some of the cameras, there was still some drizzles around. So can they roll in the rain? I think the answer to that one is yes. With lightning, no, they wouldn't want to do that. That's incredibly dangerous to be walking out in the open on Highway 4 with lightning out. So that's why, I guess that's why they didn't go at 2. They went at 3 instead, because they didn't want to risk safety of anyone, of all the people around, their own workers, stuff like that. So it becomes kind of dangerous standing out in the open with lightning. It's something you don't want to do. And here it is about to pass the Pad B tower, with the new entrance to the launch site, because they now have the mega bunker they are building at the old entrance, which, they really like their mega words. That's I'll just say that.
Robert, thank you for all you do. Love the design. Thank you, Robert. And you obviously got the patch. We've got a new red team member from Max Fra. Thank you, Max. Love all my patches. In fact, these are all patch ones. So I'm going to there's a few duplicates because people have got several things. We've got questions like, why are there 2 rectangles on the aft flaps? Right. Can you think what that could mean?
Those are tiles. So they're a little bit higher. We were talking about them a little bit earlier. They're a little bit higher up than I've remember seeing them on past flights. And also they're on both flaps this time. It's SpaceX just trying to test different things. There's a chance that in the future they start using tiles on these aft flaps to protect from, I don't know if it's plasma wraparound or if it's exhaust off of say hot staging, stuff like that. I think it's just SpaceX testing new things in different locations and seeing what happens, what works. Because this is still very much 1000% a development vehicle and development program. There's a lot of different things that they're going to test over time, and they want to see what certain things do. So,
indeed, programming question from someone who might have just not been at the start of the stream, which is completely understandable, and I'm happy to re-answer it. I apologise it's already been answered. So Simon, preempting what I was going to say there, I was late to the stream. Will NSF cover Share 33 tomorrow? I'm totally understand. If not, we are going to do it. We are. You know what we like at NSF? It's an important mission. It's an ISS resupply mission. So it would be very wrong for us not to cover it, especially when we've got assets at KSC, as you know, with our own cameras and what have you. So we'll definitely be covering it, and there will be a stream for it. So that is going to happen. Thank you, Simon, for asking that. More questions about the weather. Right, have we got an update on what the weather situation is looking like for tomorrow?
Well, I haven't actually looked at a full update, but as far as I understand, at least according to NOAA, you're looking at 60% chance of thunderstorms, mainly before 4. What is that? Mainly before 3 p.m. Then chance of showers and thunderstorms between 3 and 4. The biggest question for SpaceX is going to be, do they go into, if they have, if there's possibility of thunderstorms over the launch site and stuff like that, do they risk doing a chill down of the tank farm and trying to go into prop load? That'll be a call for SpaceX to make. If they think they can thread the needle, they will try. We know they have done that in the past. They will try to thread that needle. But of course, it's up to them. Everything is pointing to the fact that they are still going to try for tomorrow as at this point. If they do any kind of, I'm not going to say the word, but if they do any delay or anything along those lines, it'll probably wouldn't be till late tomorrow. They'll want to get more recent weather data rather than models showing just kind of a day ahead. So they'll probably wait to see, but knowing SpaceX, they'll try to thread the needle. They'll want to get this thing off so they can get back to building the pad that you see in front of you and getting work on Flight 11 and get this data that they so badly want.
Yeah, let's cover that. I did see some questions. By the way, chat, if you wonder why I take a question and don't give a name out, it's because sometimes 3 or 4 people ask the same question. So I will take those 3 or 4 people's question and make it one question, like I'm going to do with this one. Is if this all goes well, without any investigation needed, it doesn't necessarily mean to have to be a full, complete mission for it to just be classed as, okay, we got all the data we required from that one, even though the ship didn't land in one piece or something like that. If Flight 10 goes to plan, and that's of course with that caveat, how long until Flight 11? What is the soonest, do you think, Ryan, they could launch Flight 11?
I will add to this. If they lose with all the missing tiles we see, if they lose the ship on re-entry due to a heat shield failure, they do not require an investigation. That is one of the exceptions. So I will put that in there. So they get into space. They have a completely controlled coast phase. They do the Simlink deploy. They do the in-space burn, and they do the reentry. But they lose the ship during reentry due to the fact that they took the tiles off. That does not mean they're going to need an investigation unless they lose it because of another reason or something like that. But if it's because of the heat shield failure, then that's an exception, and they won't lose it. They won't have to do an investigation, which means they can push forward to Flight 11. Now, Flight 11, I'm expecting early to mid-October is kind of where I'm looking at, because they still need a static fire 38, which I think it still needs at least 3 engines, if I remember correctly. I'd have to look back at that. But they'll have to, of course, remodify the pad, do that kind of stuff. And then they'll have to go and did they paint the pad? I think they painted the pad.
It did yes, because people were joking about why they're painting the pad again. It's pointless. It's going to get ruined.
I was about to say, I'm sorry, I just literally noticed that because they haven't painted it since Flight 7. So that's why I just noticed that. But I would expect them to do. I would expect it around October or something.
Very good. I'm going to keep trying to go backwards and forwards with questions. I want to make a point of this. I think it's very important, and it's something we've always done and something I always mention. That if you go on a stream about, say, computers or something like that, you'll find sometimes they'll take questions, but it'll only be the super chats. I've always hated that, so I always make sure that I take questions from a panel that is literally just like from anybody. You could be on here for the first time ever on an NSF stream, and it could be your first question. If it's a good question, I see it, I'll click on it and we'll answer it. Simple as that. It's very important we do that because it's the community, it's the 6,500 people almost we've got on here right now that make these work. But I do have to thank some people for supporting us, because that is what really, really makes the difference in how we can improve our coverage and how we can push on, which is to the benefit of everybody. So I'm sure you can all appreciate why I thank such people. But my word, Patrick Bob had already done something and then did 50 gifted Red Team memberships and then did, hang on, let me do this in order, $500 super chat. Keep up the awesome work. Good work, NSF. Sorry, retired naval submariner. Well, thank you for your service. But I tried to be a good boy. That's incredible. That is the maximum you can do in a super chat on YouTube.
Holy jumping is all I was saying. Holy jumping. That's amazing. Thank you. Also, I want to know what subclass you were on, but that's just me. But that's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, Patrick, do that. If you can do that, just mention which sub you're on, subclass you're on. You can mention what sub you're on, in fact, couldn't you? Because they've all got names, yeah. But you know what? I really do like seeing military in chat, and it is very important. And chat join in every time you see it in chat. Just say thank you for your service. It takes you 5 seconds, but it's so important, and obviously it's meant. And I think because I've got a few friends in the military, just sometimes all they want to do is get a thank you. They don't want you to sort of like do anything more than that. Just a thank you. And I think it makes a world of difference. So I always make a point of saying that, because without our military, That's another thing that won't be happening because we've got the freedom to have the internet and do these things we do in our free world countries. As we're talking from here, America, UK. I know there's differences and what have you, but I'm rambling. I'm basically saying thank you for your service because it's those people are they're the wall. They're the wall that protects us. Literally, they are the wall. Right, let's go back to thank you to our people because we've got so much support. It's ridiculous. Luke, thank you for the awesome coverage. Thank you, Luke. Anonymous, I started my job at Starbase on Monday. Ooh, after Ship 36 blew up. Afterwards, I know she said after Ship 36 blew up. Tomorrow I get to see my first rocket launch. Go Flight 10, go SpaceX, go NSF. Well, welcome. We do have a lot of SpaceXers who watch us. And we do really appreciate the fact that they find our coverage good enough to watch, despite being in the program, because I know we have Starbase live on the big screens in Starbase Factory, as we've seen several times now. And I know they've got big screens at Hawthorne with us on. And I've heard we've got one at the Cape at least that we've noticed. And we know they've got a couple at McGregor as well, having McGregor live on there. So we are literally all over SpaceX's internal screens, which is really cool. So I hope that what we're providing is an additional thing to what you do. And I hope that SpaceX has appreciated it. I'm sure they do. But thank you for your support. That's amazing. John, here's to a successful launch. Stage Sep Seeker, Dumlink deploy, re-entry. Dumlink is a name you might hear a few times, but I like to call it Starlink simulators now because it's more on topic to what they actually are. The Dumlinks is an affectionate phase because they're not real Starlinks. They're not working operational Starlinks. They are just simulators to mimic what they would be like in mass and how they'd perform when they're deployed, hopefully this time from the pest dispenser. Ethan, thank you very much. I'm going to have to speed run these because people are getting so many patches. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous in a nice way. That's my Yorkshireness. When we say ridiculous, we mean it in the opposite way. It's ridiculous and ridiculously good. Yeah. I do have to clarify that's my Yorkshireness. Just so much. I'm going to click on them because they'll come up on screen as well. A lot of them are done anonymous. When you do a store message, you can do anonymous. You don't have to put your real name in there. Mike became a Capcom member. Brad became a launch director member, which is one of our highest levels, by the way. Richard became a PADREP member. We had Captain Kirsch gifting a Red Team membership. Wesley getting lots of things from the store. Being here since the early days. Appreciate you all. Chat. How many of you in chat right now have been here since the days of Hopper? That'd be really interesting to find out. Because I know there's a lot of OGs, as we call them. I'm just clicking on these while we do this.
I still remember the mound of dirt here back in like 2014, 2015. When they went
I remember
here.
I mean, this goes back before we started the channel because Mary was out there. So was Nomad. Nomad lived there as well. And they were taking the pictures and the little video clips from the very, very early days. And it was literally, as Ryan described, there was no launch site. There was some compacted ground because it did a couple of years to compact the ground there at the launch site. And that was when they were thinking about doing Falcon 9s from there. That's back in the first days of what they basically bought this land for, SpaceX, was for Falcon. I remember the tent, and it was just a tent. I remember Hopper and a nose cone. Hopper was originally going to be with a nose cone. That nose cone blew off in a storm, and they scrapped it, and that's why Hopper looks like Hopper, because they didn't bother putting the nose cone back on. True story. And then they built the windbreak, and we went, Ryan, look at the size of that windbreak. It's massive. What a building. And then they built the mid-bay, and we went, oh, that's like a mini VAB. It's amazing. Then they built the high bay and so on. Yeah. Oh, incredible. It's just grown. And then we get the Gigabay soon. I'm going to click on more there. PadRap members. We've got lots of store messages. I'm going to try and keep this queue manageable before Sawyer arrives later on. But we've got so much. Oh, someone surprising their husband with the shirt. That's awesome. I hope the husband's not watching, otherwise that surprise is spoiled. But I think we can assure that I'm clicking through these fast enough not to ruin the surprise. Ryan says, great prints, keep up the great work. Thank you. By the way, I do really appreciate that. People literally buying things from our store, which is a really helpful way of supporting us and also a cool way because it means you get something in a post in return from us. But then saying thank you in a message, it's like walking into a sofa store, buying a sofa, and on the way out, taking your sofa, just going up to the cash desk and saying, oh, by the way, really appreciate your sofas. Thank you for everything you do. It's like, you imagine it's like that version of it. It really, I'd never get bored of it. It really is kind of cool. Alexander gifted a Red Team membership. Just so much support is really appreciated. Patrick, ship 37 will make it. Positive message with your star message. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Go Flight 10 says Alexander. Getting lots of things from the store. I'm clicking on them. They'll be scrolling across the screen. Don't worry. We're getting to the point now where ship 37 is entering the chopsticks, Ryan.
Yeah, they got to line it up perfectly. So there is there's basically a exact specific location that they have to line up the SPMTs with, and then set the ship stand down in, so that the arms, the sockets on the sticks can basically go into the ship sockets, or I should say the pins can go into the sockets, and then so that the ship is lined up on the sticks perfectly, and so that when they stack it, it's all aligned and whatnot. So they are basically lining it up perfectly right now, and whatnot. So that's what they're doing at the moment.
What did I miss? They were on the USS Michigan, SSBN 727. So we've got submariners in chat right now.
SSBN.
Yeah. What does that mean, Ryan? I don't know my submarines.
That is a ballistic missile nuclear submarine. It's probably Ohio class.
Oh,
probably.
We've got 4 Vanguard class subs for the Royal Navy. I know that much. And they do the synergy in that is that they launch Tridents, and because the Tridents are Americans, they bring the Royal Navy subs over to Port Canaveral to do their offshore testing of the Tridents. And there was an occasion where one of the British Royal Navy Trident submarines, the Vanguard submarines, was coming in at the same time as a drone ship was. And we were doing Red October jokes, and Jared Isaacman joined in with the Red October quotes. It was amazing that day. I really loved it. Master Piano Services makes a good point, and I will make this offer straight away. Maybe throw Patrick Bob a t-shirt or something for the $500 donation. Very good point made. Patrick, if you're not an L2 member, I will sort you out for life on that, because I think that absolutely buys it for a start. So Patrick, if you do want L2, I can do that straight away, because that's something I can approve. Just send me an email, chrisbergen@NASASpaceflight.com, or use any of the other formats of contact that you can find me on, such as Twitter, X, and what have you. Twitter. I still call it Twitter. I'm so stuck in my ways. Oh, my word. Ryan, what's the soonest they could lift this?
Well, I guess it depends on if they want to do those decals, because for anyone who was watching Starbase Live for the last few hours, it looked like they planned on putting decals on the ship and then had to stop because the rain came. So if they still want to put those decals on, they would have to roll windy lifts out to the launch site and put those on. But if they just want to get straight to stacking, they may abort those, which means that the weather might have robbed us of decals on ship 37, which kind of stinks. But it happens. It's weather. But I mean, they could do it in a few hours. They have to line the thing up, set it down. They have to make sure everything's checked out correctly. There is no press plate they have to take off. They don't have any press lines hooked up to it, at least not that I could see. So basically all they would need to do is move the sticks up, put the pins in, get the stabilizers in, make sure that there isn't any final checkouts that they want to do with the ship, make sure all the any remove before flight pins that they have in are pulled, which they might have even done at the launch site. I mean, not the launch site, the production site before they rolled. And then, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they stack this within the next few hours. We could see one of the quickest roll to stackings they've done in a while. But then again, we've said that in the past before, and then they wait like 8 hours to stack it. So, it's one of those things. But they do have a cutoff. I'm trying to remember. I think it's at least 12 hours they need to be stacked before. I don't remember what it is. Because we've seen them run through checkouts at T-minus 12 hours. They need to have the ship QD disconnected because they start running through ship checkouts. They start doing vents. They start, doing testing and things like that. So I think one way or the other, they need to be stacked with the ship QD connected, I think, by like 6:30 in the morning. I think by the latest possible. So we'll see. The earlier the better is usually what it is. It gives them more time to check stuff out.
Yeah, I also like Thomas, who's got a relevant question. I'm reading live chat as well as taking the panel, but Thomas did not know spaceflight, which is where you can get into the panel, so I can go back in time and catch questions I may have missed in live chat. Do you ever think the booster and ship stacking will ever be automated?
Well, as far as I know, it's automated right now. What they basically do, as far as I understand, because we've never seen the chopstick controls at this point. But what you would basically need to do is you set the ship or the booster in the correct location, and then you set a program for your lifting ship or your lifting booster. The sticks will go up to the correct height. The pins will go in. They'll deploy. They'll hook in. They've got cameras and stuff that looks at stuff. Cameras, sensors, all that stuff. The stabs go engage. I would guess that some of that's still a little bit manual while they figure it out, but it could be automated at this point. And then for stacking, it's the system just lifts the vehicle up, rotates it over, places it down. And then, of course, with the assistance of a drone and whatnot, I think they still manually place the ship, or at least help manually place the ship on top of the booster, because you have to align that and whatnot. I think Pad B will be a little bit more automated, because they'll have a refined setup and whatnot, with lessons learned and stuff like that. But I mean, we'll have to see. I'm curious to see how quickly they can do it on Pad B versus Pad A. So,
have you been reading chat as well? Because we've got what seems to be at least 5 or 6 submariners in chat. Unitech RIH back in my day. We've got many Ohio class references. The nice little mention about the fact that there's nice EBM association with rockets, of course. Richard said I was on the SSBN Andrew Jackson. Bacon Rage, Knox class frigate FF 0171. Tim, US Michigan, Ohio class. I bet the Ohio class was for that one we were talking about there. Echo 4 Delta, my son was a chief on an Ohio class. So many in chat, which is just referencing the fact that we've got it's just there as people saying they've been on submarines and served on submarines, which is amazing. Again, thank you for your service. It's absolutely incredible. I did see references to the Patch 9 and Shrug patches. They are both shipping now if you got them together. Obviously, Flight 9s went out of pre-order and was then shipped, but people got the Shrug patch, put my teeth back in, at the same time, and that was on a longer pre-order, so they basically wanted to send them at the same time in postage rather than charge twice postage, so that was a bit of a delay, but that is now going out as well. That's been going out since last week, so if any delays to your postage of the Shrug patch would now be a case of very unlikely, but if you do have any questions, do a message to the store team in the box on the store page, which is the contact form, and you will be dealt with by a human who works for us, not AI bots like a lot of stores do. You don't get an AI bot giving you AI answers, actual real people. In fact, you sometimes get me replying to you. So absolutely use that if you have got any questions. We won't leave you in limbo and we'll look after you. It's very important that if people are supporting what we do via the store, that we look after you. And that's what we always do. And it's something that's extremely important. Right, so where are we? Let's do a status check. Ship 37 has rolled out. Down Highway 4. I saw the swoosh. Oh, is that a Max photograph? Yes, it is a Max photograph. Max is out there. Our team is building ahead of the launch. Max is out there from Florida. He's gone over to Starbase. And that is a Max photograph of Ship 37 during rollout. That's awesome. And that'll probably be a tweet, so I will try and find it and RT it for him because I like to keep... There it is. I found it. There we go. There's my RT button. There we go. Thank you, Max. Yeah, Max takes awesome photographs as well. We're very, very humbled by the talent of photography skills we've got in our team. But that's Max's photograph of Ship 37, aptly mentioned while I was talking about where we are on the status check. Ship 37 has rolled out down Highway 4 from the production site, Mega Bay 2, to Pad 1. And we are calling it Pad 1 and Pad 2 because that's what SpaceX called it, apparently. So we have to go with SpaceX naming. I know there are some people going, don't you mean Pad A, Pad B? That's fine. We'll get the idea of what you mean if you say Pad A, Pad B. But it's Pad 1, Pad 2 according to SpaceX.
I have different names. Okay, it's not Pad A and Pad B. It's Pad Scrap or suborbital Pad A, and then there's orbital Pad A or orbital Pad B, because Nothing off
Stop
this
it.
pad is going to nothing off this pad is going to orbit. Jack to chime in.
Hey, are they doing something at Massey's right now?
Yeah, I think they're testing the booster aft test tank again. Yeah,
We don't need no test tanks. Nah, let's launch the real thing.
they need to. Thanks to I will just say this. Thanks to Ship 36. God dang it. They had to delay testing this thing because Massey's got knocked offline for like a month and a half. Like all of it got knocked offline. They had to shut down the primary power to Massey's and run things off generators. And they might even, I'd have to look back. I don't know if they're still running off generators or not. But because of all the issues from Ship 36, they basically lost a month and a half trying to test the new booster aft. So if you're wondering why Booster 18 is not getting stacked yet, it's because they had to wait to test the aft, and they've been testing it a bunch over these last like week, 2 weeks or so. So hopefully once they're done with this, that means they will finalize the design and we can get at least the LOX tank in the aft section, at least the aft section installed on the LOX tank for Booster 18 sooner rather than later, which would be kind of nice to get that done with.
Yeah, I approve of Pad 1, Pad 2 versus the alternative world of Pad East and Pad West. We saw those signs on a truck once and we were thinking, no. I like A and B, and I can live with 1 and 2. In fact, I am starting to feel more like a natural way of saying it is Pad 1, Pad 2. The question is, what will they call the pad at 39A? Will they call that Pad 3? Or will they call it 39A1? 39A? They can't call it 39A, it's 39A already.
39X. Because it's SpaceX. Oh, yeah. You just know they're going to call it that. Come on. Let's be honest here.
If they're going to go with 1 and 2 at Starbase, they need to go 3 and 4 with 37 as well. So, and 5 because there's 2 at 37, isn't there? So it's going to get interesting how they're going to do this. But it's fun that we're talking about the problem of naming multiple launch pads. That's good. We like multiple launch pads because that's where the cadence will be when they have multiple ships launching from these multiple pads. And that's how we like it. You know what? I rambled enough. I just want to quickly say thank you again to all your support. We've had that incredible, massive support with the massive super chats, but it's the 199s, the 99 cents, people saying love what you do. It's even just the messages in chat saying we like what you do. To me, it's like all of it is great. I really appreciate all of it. There's no hierarchy in how much we appreciate people. It's everybody's in here right now. 6,000 people in right now. The fact that we've got 6,000 people choosing to watch our stream is support enough for me as far as I'm concerned. And enough of my rambling. I'm going to hand over the reins to Mr. Sawyer Rosenstein. Hello, Sawyer.
Hello, Chris. How's it going?
It's going very well. I'm going to get my voice back and prepare for what's coming up next because we've got a long stream to go. But over to Sawyer and Ryan for now. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chris Bergen, for holding things down here as well. Boy, they rolled that thing out fast. That feels like the quickest I've seen those SPMTs go in a while. Like, I might lose a race against them. How's it going, chat? I see the 5x5s. Glad to see you can hear me. I am a photographer, host, video editor, all the different things here at NSF for those who don't know me. But, wow, we have Booster 16 ready to go, and Ship 37 now just waiting for the lift. Ryan, I mean, there's not much more that needs to be done at this point, because in terms of the FTS, those now are installed essentially before they even make it out there, right?
Yeah, I did not see the placard on Mega Bay 2, but I would be kind of surprised if they did this rollout, considering we are supposedly 26 hours, 13 minutes, and 13 seconds away from a launch, or at least the opening of the 1 hour window. I would be kind of surprised if flight termination system wasn't already installed. But there isn't much. They need to basically stack the ship, or do some final checkouts before they stack it, and then run through their checkouts. So they basically go through, actuate all the valves, check the flight computers, check the batteries. They actuate the grid fins, they actuate the flaps, make sure all the motors are working correctly. They'll likely do some igniter tests on both vehicles. I wouldn't be that surprised. They definitely do them on booster. They'll probably do them on ship. run through, purge gases, kind of they'll do tank farm checkouts as well here and there, make sure pumps are running. They basically just run through the motions and make sure everything's working out just fine, so that when launch day, when they do go into count for launch, they know the status of everything, at least as of when they started the count, because of course things can pop up once you're loading 5,000 tons of propellant on board a vehicle. So they do all the checkouts that they can, and then they go ahead. So that's kind of all that's left once they stack it, which is kind of nice. But I mean, we'll see when they stack. Hopefully it's not too long, because they've done that in the past where they just sit here and they wait. But I will say with Block 2, they have been much quicker. It's one of those things where they complete a vehicle, they roll it out, they stack it, and they launch it. We haven't had those times with Block 1 where they roll it out and we've got like a week and a half of the vehicle out at the launch site. We got a couple of sunrises and sunsets with the full stack. I kind of miss those days. You could always get some really cool pictures of the stack, but they've been so roll out, stack, launch, go lately, and while it's cool, I kind of do miss the times of just seeing for a couple of days in a row seeing a full stack on SBL. I do miss those days.
Yeah, it was always cool to just look on SBL or whatever and to see, oh yeah, multiple angles of the full thing stacked. But man, they have gotten everything down really quick. Even just last night, watching them load the payload simulators for the Starlinks, the Dumblinks, whatever you want to choose to call them, that seemed so much quicker. The roll felt fast. I mean, they really are nailing down this timeline to try and get that turnaround as fast as possible. Once they get a version of booster and ship that are more reliable, they're trying to already, it feels like, match that Falcon 9 pace. Very impressive.
Yeah, it is kind of impressive how quickly they're doing it.
Here's a really interesting question. At this point, everyone's wondering, well, if we're going for the launch, why has there not been a wet dress rehearsal? We obviously see some kind of testing going on with a frosty tank over at Massey's on the left side of your screen. Why is it that we don't see a full stack frosty on the right side of the screen once it's stacked? Is that...
Sorry, I was responding to something in the back channel. What was the question?
No, the question was, again, we see the some tank testing going over there, frosty at Massey's. We don't see that with the wet dress rehearsal anymore pre-launch with, the full stack. Is that also part of just trying to pick the pace up? Have they improved with the testing? Why no more wet dress rehearsal, anything like that?
Well, a lot of people think the wet dress rehearsal is for the vehicle, and that's not really the case. The wet dress rehearsal is more for the tank farm itself, a lot of times. It does help with the vehicle as well, because you run through the count, you run through the motions of the vehicle. But a lot of time what the wet dress rehearsal does as well is it tests everything in your tank farm. You test all your pumps, test all your subcoolers, test all your valves, you flow propellant through all your lines, and you get them chilled down, make sure all the sensors for those work and everything, make sure all the chill down works correctly. And they don't really need to do that anymore. They understand how this tank farm works, this lovely bespoke Pad A tank farm that they've made. They understand how it works at this point in time. They understand how loading these vehicles work. This is the 10th flight that they've done with this vehicle. That is, it is funny to say that that's not a lot, but you have to remember, what was it? They didn't launch Saturn V that many times, and we're quickly catching up to the amount of time Saturn V launched. Like, we're quickly catching up to that point with Starship. If they are lucky, they should pass that by next year. They should pass that mark by next year, and that's kind of nuts to say in that short time frame that they've been launching full stacks, which is only like 2 or 3 years. And here you can see the ship QD arm is swung out, so they just need to hook up the chopsticks and get ready and go. But they don't need to do wet dress anymore. I would say this: expect it for Pad B, because it's a brand new tank, brand new pump setup, brand new pad, brand new vehicles and everything like that. But as for Block 2, they already know it, and they already know the pad, so they don't need to do it.
Yeah. And again, they've got this down, getting close to that Falcon 9 efficiency, even if this is only the 10th test flight. Let me take a moment, thank some people here. We had a $100 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com come in from Bob. Bob Rate saying, great job, NSF kids. Life is good. Thank you so very much for the support. Again, the generosity from everyone is really appreciated. We could not have all of these views and everything without everyone joining, and especially our members. Amanda becoming a PadRat member. Alex Plant upgrading to Capcom, and of course Capcom and above get access to the NSF Discord, and Suknur Singh also getting that access, becoming a Capcom member. Really appreciate that. Tom Brackstone, same deal. Always appreciate that. And then of course we have Angel Scott becoming a launch director, one of the highest levels of support, so you'll also see your name at the end of the Flame Trench and other countdown to launch style shows. Neil becoming a Red Team member. Really appreciate it. Jeff with the $10 super, must have Flight 10 patch. Well, you can go grab one now. Let's see. Leon saying, I saw an SN8 YouTube suggestion for NSF and thought, what the heck is that? Tuned in daily since then. Go NSF. Wow, that is going all the way back. Can you imagine back in the SN8 days to now, Ryan? Talk about a jump and a leap in progression.
It is kind of nuts to say the least, because SN8 was the December 9th of 2020, and by the 5th anniversary we'll have been through 11 flights of full stack 11 flights, and moving on to a brand new pad with, or at least I should say this, we should be through 11 flights. I will say that. Assuming nothing goes horribly wrong here, Flight 11 should be somewhere in like October, November is what I'm expecting. I don't know if they'll rush to get that off or if they'll take their time to do some fun stuff with 38. But anyways, there are already this many flights into full stack. We were hoping to possibly have a ship catch by now, but of course, things haven't exactly gone to plan this year with ship. It's been one of the kind of downers of the Starship program this year. The booster and infrastructure have been absolutely outstanding this year, but things happen. It's one of the most advanced rockets anyone's tried to make, so you're running into problems. It's one of those things. But it is nuts to think that we're only almost 5 years from SN8, and here we are with almost Flight 10.
Time flies when you're having Starship. Continuing through my stuff here. Darren, appreciate you loving the new patch. Alexander also loving it. Bloodwood, the patch is sick. Love it. Best one so far. Ship 37, all eyes on you. Break the curses, no pressure though. That is very true. Also, Morton continuing to show the support from Patrick Bob earlier, who had gifted on the Starbase live stream too. Goodness gracious, thank you. Jay French was asking earlier, what are the two rectangles on the aft flaps, Ryan?
We kind of mentioned those earlier. They are basically tiles or patches of tiles. Basically, they're just testing stuff. I don't know why they're as high as they are up, because usually they've been lower down on the flaps, but they're just trying to test certain different things. I mean, that's basically what they're doing with this program as a whole, is they're just testing different things here and there for Starship. Whether it's tile experiments, whether it's engine experiments, whatever it is, they're the whole plan and what they've been trying to do from the beginning with all of these vehicles, the suborbital hops, and the full stack flights, is to push this vehicle to the limit. Find out where it breaks, how it breaks, where it breaks, and then what can they do to make it better, or basically finding, okay, we can't go past this point, basically, and do that. Like the experiment with Booster 14, for example, the transfer tube probably broke. on when it came back in at the higher angle of attack and snapped, and you had a mixing and it blew up. The solve for that? Just look at the transfer tube on Block 3. That's all I will say. Their solve to that is to make a Falcon 9, almost Falcon 9 size transfer tube inside Super Heavy, which increases the structural integrity of the entire vehicle and the transfer tube to make it so that when they do these higher angle attacks to try to get more glide out of it so they don't have to use as much propellant on like the landing burn or say on the boost back burn, they basically they save and the vehicle can take it. The vehicle can withstand that structural stress. So there's a reason to the experiments that they do. The experiments they are running on 37 for this, and that they tried to run on 33, 34, and 35 with all the heat shield tiles. As I talked about earlier, it's to try to find where the ship would fail would the ship fail if you had a tile missing in this location. As while Chris B was here, I also mentioned shuttle, in theory, could miss tiles in locations, but not really. SpaceX wants to know, could they miss a tile on like an aft flap hinge and the ship could survive re-entry and land fine? Can it do that? That's what they want to find out.
Yeah, I mean, there were some shuttle missions that got very lucky. If you go back for the shuttle Sunday on STS-27, there was one lucky spot of burn through that there just happened to be a metal plate right behind where that was able to absorb the extra heat. And also, it is a downcomer. Please get that right. And
Wrong.
chat will start going
There it is.
crazy
There
in
it is.
3, 2, 1.
There's Jack.
There it is. There goes chat. Oh, anyway, I had to stir things up, but Mother Nature stirring up a beautiful shot here during the roll. Little bit of lightning as Ship 37 was going at lightning speeds. You gotta love it. Just the power of Mother Nature and the power of those Raptor engines. That is so cool. That is an awesome screen grab. And it looks like the chopsticks are starting to rise, if I am not mistaken here.
They are off the stop, yeah. So they're off the stop now. So they'll start to rise it and they'll line up the ship pins, which are now deployed. They'll line those up with the sockets, and then they will slowly move the sticks in, basically the pins on the sticks into the sockets. This is going to be this should be the, crossing your fingers, the second to last time they do this for a full stack, and hopefully the third to last time total. Because if we count this lift and then the lift to take 36 to 38 onto the pad, and then the stack of 38 onto booster 15, that'll be the last time the sockets are used. Because as far as we can tell, they do not exist on the pins. Don't exist on pad B, which likely means the sockets are going away, and they'll lift using the catch pins going forward on pad B and whatnot. So you don't have as many lifting devices. It eliminates mass and whatnot. So and I don't see them rising anymore, but they're off the stops at least. But it'll have to rise, go in. They'll go up a little bit to kind of engage the pins. And then the stabilizers will go down and then engage with the stabilization points. And then they'll make sure everything's good. All the systems check out before they disengage the ship clamps in the ship stand and then lift it.
So we are actually somewhat closer than
and
we
then they
would
go
have
up
thought.
even more.
It's not like in the past where they'll let it sit out for 4 or 5 hours as we wait. They're moving relatively quick. Let's see here. Continuing to take more of your questions. Chris Fowler's wondering, in regards to the booster, obviously right next to our ship here, does the hot stage ring have the panel to direct the booster during separation like we saw during the last flight?
If I remember correctly, it does. I actually haven't seen anything, but as far as I remember, it does have the panel. It's They won't use that on Block 3. They're going to use ship differential thrust as well as thrust vector control on the booster to flip it in the correct direction. But for now, they're doing this on Block 2 and seeing how else it works and everything like that. So that's why they're still doing it.
Because it's worth noting that this is still hard to believe that some of those earlier flights with the hot stage ring, they kind of just did it and it kind of came away uncontrolled. It wasn't like they were intentionally controlling the thrust to help move the booster away. It was just, release and then we'll figure it out from there, right?
Yeah, I still find it utterly hilarious to this day that Flight 1, they had no hot stage ring. Their plan, for those of you who may not have been around for Flight 1, the original plan for stage separation was to basically start the booster flip just before stage sep, and then stage sep and basically kick the ship away from the booster, and then flip the booster around for the boost back burn and start the ship engines once the booster was clear enough. That was the original plan. They never did do that stage separation method. They decided, let's not do that. Let's make a single ring for a hot stage, stick it on the booster, and we're gonna hot stage like a Soyuz or like N1. Welcome back, N1. As a lot of people said at the time, it was one of those things. Everyone's like, well, hot stage, it's not that new. It's been used on a lot of different vehicles. So they did it. It worked like a charm first time off, and it's worked great since then. Honestly, it is. Yeah, there's the panels for the cover right above, where one of the auto regen gas lines is for the methane tank, and then you can see the fairing for the raceway. But they just kind of came up with it, and it has worked for 8 flights now. It's kind of impressive that they just came up with it and it just started working. And now it's not going to be a ring; it's going to be an integrated as part of the forward dome on the new generation of booster. So I cannot wait to see I can't wait to see a hot staging off that new booster. So
Yeah, I mean, the first separation method worked so great that they were spinning out of control and didn't separate. But yeah, when you're talking about the return of N1, I gotta say the addition for the Block 3 booster that they're using, that looks really reminiscent of what they had on the N1, those giant Soviet rockets. For those who are unaware. Unbelievable. Also unbelievable is the support that we've been getting. I just have to come in and keep thanking some people here because the support has been spectacular. Bunch of people getting all of the Flight 10 things from the shop, like Zachary and Kenneth, so thank you for that. Michael, also Robert, who's been here since Flight 10. Angel, thank you for the very kind messages about the stream. Vadim, hopefully Ship 37 completes its mission this time. That is very much what we're all hoping for. Also, BMET, which stands for the Ballistic Missile Analyst Technician, who worked on the Titan II launch crew from 1981 to 1985. Okay, that's
that's
awesome.
cool.
Oh,
That's really cool.
so much Titan history. I have so many questions for not on a Starship stream. Oh, that's awesome. Let's see here. Spit and Pie becoming a PadRat member, and it's great becoming a member at this point because then you get access to the members multi-view. So you'll be able to see everything going on behind the scenes on launch day and all of the things, even up to launch with the testing. We sometimes have our behind the scenes feed as well that is just for members, where you can actually see the production happening for the launch stream. So it's a great time to become a member. Patrick, also thank you for becoming a PadRat member, and that is for all membership levels. So let's see. Here's one for Plutonium239 asking, can they transport both the booster and Starship down the road on 2 SPMTs, or can they do them on the same day, just at separate hours?
They can They have enough SPMTs to roll both ship and booster with 4 separate SPMTs. They have more than enough axles to do it, or no, I should say more than enough SPMT modules to do it. They just have never done it before. Ship and booster have never been ready on the same day to do that before. Eventually, it'll happen. Eventually, I want my dual rollout. It'll be one of the coolest things to watch. I can only imagine how happy someone like Jack or Max or any photographer would be to be on the side of Highway 4 or in front or behind, and you see maybe you see a booster with a ship rolling behind it, or vice versa. It'd probably be one of the coolest shots ever. I expect it to happen someday at Boca, someday at the Cape. I don't know when, but I expect it to happen. I just can't wait. That day is going to be amazing. It'll look so cool.
Oh, the dual roll. Imagine dual roll and then having 2 stacks on pad 1 and 2. Oh, I just keep thinking back to STS-125, STS-400, where you had the best shuttle out on pad B and Atlantis on pad A for STS-125, and then Endeavour there is the rescue orbiter. That was just, such a cool shot. It's something that's like, oh, we'll never see this again. Maybe we will with Starship.
I'm going to be honest. I honestly think the 2 stacks on 2 pads in the same location, I honestly think it happens at Slick 37 before it happens at Boca. But that's only based off the fact that I think the pad we are looking at right now, that tower gets turned into a catch tower, and they build a second pad. They build a 3rd tower and the second pad to the south, using that land down there, is what I think they're going to do. But that's just me. I think that's what they're going to do, because the tower that we're looking at is old, it's bespoke, it's a lot different from what they're currently using in many different ways, that to try to modify it would be a gigantic pain. That's why and also in order to fit the flame trench in where that pad is, wouldn't be the easiest to do. So I think that tower becomes a catch tower and they build a whole 3rd tower and pad. But that's just me. I actually think it'll happen at the Cape before it happens at Boca. But, take that with a grain of salt, because that's just me thinking.
I mean, along those lines, it is worth noting that right now, all they have at Slick 37 is the pieces that they're still finishing cleaning up after demolishing ULA's mobile service tower that they used for Delta 4. But they do have tower segments, it looks like, being built over at Roberts Road there, which you could see in the latest KSC flyover. So they're obviously working on getting those pads ready. But at the same time, they do have so much infrastructure already here that's already, ready to go. They've got piping they just might have to redo. They still have all of that underground infrastructure work to do in addition to the tower work at something like 37 and 39A. Again, while they're working on getting that up and running, it would just be the one main tower and one catch tower. So I don't know.
I mean, we'll see. It's one of those things. After Flight 11, I am really curious to see what SpaceX does with Pad A. Like what they start demolishing. If it's just the pad itself and the tank farm associated with it, like all the cryo lines, pumps, subcoolers, and they start to repurpose those for other things. I wouldn't be surprised if they repurpose a lot of those subcoolers for other pads. But we'll definitely have to wait and see. That is something that I'll be curious to look out for near end of the year, early next year, what actually they do.
It looks like the chopsticks went up. Did they go up a little bit more, or am I just seeing things and wishing things into existence?
Oh, I gotta A/B test this thing.
For those who don't know, when we say A/B test, it's literally going back in the stream and then moving forward, back and forth to see if there's any difference.
They are moved. They have moved in, or at least the left stick has moved in. And by when I say left stick, I mean you're on the tower looking. You're standing on the tower looking at the ship. You've left and right stick. That's the orientation I'm using for that.
So for those at home watching from this camera view, which one?
From this camera view, would be the right stick. We'll put it that way. But yeah, I that one has moved in. I don't know if the other one did or not. I gotta look back. I don't think it has yet.
You know
'Cause they-
what else is
they-
cool, or who else is cool? Scott Brotherton with a $500 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Goodness
Holy-
gracious. Saying
holy
thank you
jumping.
for being one of the very few space news sources I can trust. That means a lot. Not just the money, that comment there. Thank you. We do our best to try and be as accurate as possible. When we have opinions, we will tell you it's our opinions. When we have facts, we will tell you it is facts, and we do everything that we can in our power to get those facts right for you. We try and go to the sources. We talk to all of the people that worked on programs. We'll reach out to all the public affairs offices. A lot of stuff behind the scenes to make sure that what we're giving you is the right information. So thank you so much for that, and for that generous support, and for doing it through the tips as well, because by doing it through the tips website, we know it takes a little more effort, but that way there is no middleman that can come in and take a cut. It mostly comes right to us here at NSF, so thank you.
Wait, you trust me? Uh-oh. That's
Well, I
dangerous.
said we specify when it's opinion as well, and most of your opinions are just wrong, so it's fine. Was that too low of a blow?
No, I don't care. We're gonna have fun. That's fine. I set it up on myself, so I was fully expecting and I was kind of expecting Jack to hop in there and put a dig in, but he hasn't yet. So
What I do, I'm editing photos.
never mind then.
No, we were just talking about we specify facts versus opinions, and I was just saying that it's okay because we know all of Ryan's opinions are wrong.
Oh, so you wanted me to pile in and be mean to Ryan?
As a result of a $500 tip, yes, I do.
Oh yeah, Ryan, you are the worst. No, for real. I need to edit some of these rollout photos. I think I got Raptor engine numbers. So give me 5 minutes, and I'll throw my actual headset on, and maybe we'll have some photos from roll to talk about. Besides the awesome ones from Max earlier. But Ryan, we give you a lot of guff, and it's fun to give you guff. So thank you for taking the guff. I'm the same way. People love to give me crap, and it's all part of the fun, and you take it in good humor. So thank you for that, Ryan. But also, you're always wrong. Okay, bye.
Thank you. Hey, as Kevin says, I'm always wrong. I'm never right. But anyway, anywho, hey, look, Test Tank 17 is frosty again. This is
Ooh, there we go.
fourth
Yeah,
or
now
fifth
it's
time they're
definitely
doing
frosty this time. Also,
Yeah,
you do have someone in chat, by the way, that said hashtag free Ryan, so you have supporters.
I have one. I have one.
So, for those who don't know, why are they still doing all this testing on Test Tank 17? It feels like it's kind of ridiculous at this point, just from a personal perspective.
Well, they didn't do any for about a month and a half because a certain ship decided to blow itself to pieces over at Massey's. We'll just put it that way. Yeah. So they when that I'll just kind of lay this out since we're kind of just hanging out here. When ship 36 blew up, Massey's went offline, and by not just the static fire stand, I mean the entire thing. They basically had to cut the main power lines to Massey's because there were a lot of damaged electrical systems, and it could short out, it could cause problems. So they had to cut the mains to Massey's, and they've been operating on generators there for a while. I don't know if they still are. I haven't seen. I'd have to look at some of the more recent flyover photos if the generators are still around. I think they're still running them on because they're basically redoing the entire electrical system at Massey's at this point because a lot of it got fried, and they're trying to upgrade it at this point. So that's basically what happened. Ship 36 blew up. They ran into a ton of problems, and Massey's basically had to be turned off for a month and a half until they could get generators up and running. They could ops check the pipes, make sure there were no leaks, make sure shrapnel didn't damage anything. There was a lot of checks out they needed to do, and of course they started to They are rebuilding the methane tank farm to like a orbital launch pad standards almost is what they're doing it now. It's kind of nuts, the bunker they're building over there. But that's why Test Tank 17's been out there for so long. If 36 hadn't blown up the way it had done, I would expect it would have been done testing by this point, and Booster 18 would be on to its methane tank, would be my expectation. But they lost a month and a half. So that's why it's taking so long. So it's going to be one of those outliers when we start tracking how long it takes for them to stack a Block 3 booster. Is Booster 18's timeline basically has to get chucked out the window because they haven't been able to fully test the aft. And I will give props to SpaceX. In the past, they have gone and stacked the vehicles and stacked the components that they were in the middle of testing at Massey's. And then they just launch them that way. While testing them, it's been really, really weird. However, in this case, they are actually testing the component entirely before they finish it and install it. So thank you, SpaceX. It has been really, really weird in the past for them to install like the aft of a ship, like the aft of Block 2 ship, before they were finished testing it at Massey's. I never really understood that. It's like, wait a minute. But what if you find a problem? Then you have to retrofit it while it's installed, rather than changing the design before you install it. That never really made sense to me. I know it's a development program. You fly fast, break things, but that never made any sense to me in R&D development. But yeah,
it's SpaceX being SpaceX. That's probably the only explanation. Here's one from Gabriel saying, what are the chances that Massey's could be back on service for Ship 38? Now, I'm just going to give my opinion first, then I'll let your thoughts, Ryan. But my thought is there's no rush to do so. Let them fix everything, finish it. We saw that the Star Stool modification that they used for the launch pad for the OLM, it worked. It worked great. Why would you then want to rebuild everything for one singular Block 2 ship to then have to redesign everything again to fit any changes or modifications that are made to Block 3? I feel like at this point, it makes the most sense just to, if you're going to launch and test 38, just use what you've got. They were able to do it pretty quickly. I mean, a week total for testing. The OLM was out of commission, basically. And then just let Massey's be fully rebuilt for the next generation. I don't know if you have any different thoughts.
Before I answer that, I just want to say the other stick, both left and right sticks have moved in. So we should see them move in a little bit more, and then they'll have to move. We'll see them like slightly move up to engage the pins into the socket. And then the stabs will move in and engage. So they're moving pretty quick. Let's hope they stack quickly. The QD arm, the ship QD arm is swung out. It has been swung out for a while. So it definitely seems like they plan on wanting to try to stack this thing quick. But as to answer the question for that, it is not going to be up and running for Ship 38. I would expect Massey's to be back online by October. They basically tore down the entire methane tank farm after most of it was destroyed. And they rotated it a bit, and they are now upgrading it with new pumps, new subcoolers. They're integrating the new horizontal tank. They are putting all of the major prop lines, especially the lock stuff, they're putting that underground in a trench. They're building a massive fluids bunker for the liquid and high pressure lines before they go to the pad. They haven't even finished they haven't even really started to fix some of the stuff on the ship static fire stand itself. They've had to replace and weld new pipes into the flame deflector, because when Ship 36 blew up, it basically shot the center thrust puck and the center Raptors down into the flame trench. Basically shot them down and damaged some of the pipes, so that they're having to fix. They are redoing the entire lock side of the tank farm. So they've had a bespoke, like, old pump setup for the lock side for a while now. They are now upgrading that. They're adding 2 more subcoolers. They are using the same pump and valve setup that they've built at Massey's, and that they're going to build at 39A. They're going to build at 37. So they're going to a more modular design. There's a lot of things that they are changing over at Massey's. It's going to be a while before it's operational again, but once it is, it'll work way better than it did before. Well, so there's kind of pluses and minuses to it. 38 will just get static fired on the mount on pad A again, and that'll be that.
Yeah, hey, it worked surprisingly well for testing 37, so why not keep going with it? I know this is kind of a joke, but it's also a good question. Saad saying, can they launch in the rain if lightning and wind wasn't an issue? Would supersonic rain droplets be a problem? That's not really as big of an issue. I mean, Soyuz does it. It's probably not a problem. Maybe for the tiles, since they're a little more sensitive. But of course, the biggest thing, the main thing for those who are unaware of why they don't launch in the rain is because typically the clouds that produce rain, cumulus or cumulonimbus, or those style of clouds, are very electrically charged. And as a result, you could fly through the clouds, create your own lightning, and damage electronics, as we saw in Apollo 12. Or for those who... I don't even want to mention the name of the rocket. For those who follow the Ares 1X launch back in the day, one of the main things that they continually emphasized in terms of weather requirements was the tribo electrification rule, which is basically what that is can it create its own lightning flying through said clouds. So, yeah, it's more so tribo electrification than it is the supersonic rain droplets. Although SSRP, supersonic retro propulsion, supersonic rain problem. There you go. Let me take a moment. Just thanks of people as we continue to get amazing support coming in from everyone. Anonymous loves the design. Rise from the ashes. I think that is a brilliant idea for the patch. That is so cool. Thank you. Samuel, been a long-time viewer, recent member, thought I'd celebrate double digits with a little purchase too. Here's hoping for a smooth flight. Oh yeah. Anonymous, also getting items from the shop. Let's go flight 10. Now comes the debate. Shazbert saying, patch X bought. Let's go. Here comes the 10 versus X debate. Cosmic Nebula, flight 10 patch is fire. Thank you very much for that. Daniel saying, my first NSF and Starship gear. Thank you, NSF team, for all you do. Let's go Ship 37. Really appreciate that. And of course, we are all hoping for success with Ship 37. Brandon, great coverage. The weather looks slightly better for tomorrow evening, question mark? I mean, Adam Suker put it best yesterday during the stream, where he basically said, look, it's a 70%, if it's 70% chance, that doesn't necessarily mean 70% all day. It's just a 70% chance that it will rain at some point during the day. So you can hope that you get that one little gap in that one little window, since the upper level wind shear seemed to be decent. So we'll see. This is a good discussion point that I do want to bring up here with this other support from Rebel Dorman, who said, how much are SpaceX and NASA working together for the race for Mars? I mean, in the race for Mars, it seems like right now SpaceX is kind of taking the predominance on that, but obviously NASA has a vested interest in this vehicle and its interplanetary use. In fact, its use for the lunar landing program, because it is part of the Human Landing Services program. Starship is set to be the first vehicle to return humans to the surface of the moon on Artemis 3. Ryan, that is a very intricate and intertwined relationship. It's not SpaceX versus NASA. It is really SpaceX with support from NASA.
Yeah, and even not only working on missions together, but also the design of the vehicle. I would say this: how do you think SpaceX partially came up with the heat shield for Starship? I bet they asked some of the people who had some, experience with the heat, with a quote unquote reusable heat shield design. We'll go with that one. Refurbishable, I guess, or something along those lines of whatever you wanted to call shuttle.
Yeah.
But one of the, as obviously as you see, one of the biggest changes is SpaceX has tried to make sure most of that vehicle is a single shape of tile, rather than having to have how many different tile shapes were there on shuttle? I don't know off the top of my head. You might.
Each single tile was individually cut to its location.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. As for Starship, there's like probably 15 to 17,000 tiles on there that are the same shape. The hexagon tiles, which makes manufacturing easier. It makes servicing easier. It's kind of one of those things that's like, oh well, what if you were to lose a tile in space? You could in theory go replace it. Although I don't know where you would latch on to for an EVA. That would be a little dicey. But in theory, if you could carry a bunch of tiles with you, you could try to replace one. Whether it has gap filler in or not, I mean, you might be able to actually do it. So, yeah, it's one of those things that SpaceX and NASA are working together. That they always have. NASA has been one of SpaceX's biggest proponents, biggest partners in everything that they've done. SpaceX would not be where they are without the help of NASA. Like, they just straight up would not be where they are. No way.
And it is worth noting that some of the funding comes from NASA contracts, including their Human Landing Services contract of, hey, we'll include chipping in some money to make sure that this goes well, because we kind of want you guys to work because we need you as a lunar lander. And who knows what the potential could be if they end up getting to something like Lunar Gateway, etc. But those tiles you mentioned, super critical, obviously. One of the key factors that we'll be looking at for this flight, assuming we can actually get a heat shield in the proper orientation for reentry. But Ryan, we got a really good close-up here from Max of those tiles.
Yeah, you can see where they've basically taken the tiles off. So you can even see where the pins are, where the tiles would be. And then there's also the I love the gap filler look, which is basically the felt that's basically between the tiles. It looks really clean on a lot of these. Like it looks nice. I love the way this heat shield looks, and I can't wait to see what Block 3 looks like with this installed from the get-go and without any missing tiles on it. Nice, clean look. The biggest thing I want to see is, what does this heat shield and that ship look like close up after reentry, like a catch. I cannot wait. And they better, when they catch a ship, they better roll it back in daylight. They absolutely better roll it back in daylight so we can get the high res shots of a heat shield back from space, because I cannot wait to see those looks.
Oh, it's going to be so nice. But those spots there where they're missing tiles, it's not like, oh, they forgot to add them, or, oh, they need to add them out at the pad. This is part of the heat shield testing, right?
Yeah, this is the part of, you can see they've taken them off of the leading edge of the flap, they've taken off of the center of the flap, they've taken it off the nose cone, around the dome welds, you see they take it off the forward flap hinge. Basically, they want to see what happens if hot plasma gets into that area with a missing tile and like some ablative coating. Does it burn through? Does it burn through, and does it result in the loss of a vehicle? If it doesn't result in the loss of vehicle, then that's amazing. But if it does, then, well, they know where it fails. That's the whole point of doing these experiments, is they want to know where it fails, how it fails, so that maybe in future they can design a heat shield that if they were to lose a tile in that location, like say the tile falls off, but what's behind it doesn't, then they can re-enter just fine and not have to risk losing a ship. Something shuttle really couldn't do, because we're always making these comparisons to shuttle, because this is it's the only other vehicle that even remotely comes close to having the heat shield, the kind of heat shield that Starship currently has. So that's why we always make these comparisons. So, or at least I do.
Yeah, and again, the shuttle ones were in general silica based. You obviously had the leading edges, which were thicker, along with the nose that dealt with more heat. That was the reinforced carbon-carbon versus the tough rock that we see now. And Resistojet wondering, by the way, why do we think SpaceX chose the hexagonal shape for most of the heat shield tiles? I would
Hexagons are
think
the bestagons.
There you go.
Oh, hi, Jack.
Yeah, that's why.
I would think that some of it also has to do with just uniformity. Like we were talking about, Shuttle had to hand cut each tile to each individual specific spot. It got a code that it was given. You could see it written on each of the tiles, and then if they needed to reprint it, they would have to go into the system, find the tile, find the specs, and then cut the silica to that form. But, hexagons kind of just fit neatly in.
It's the same reason a dragonfly or many insects' eyes are hexagonal, for the same reason that bees make hives that are hexagonal. It's the shape that gives you the most efficient packing space. I'm not smart enough to better explain that, but there's a really great CGP Cray video on it called Hexagons are the bestagons, because they are. It's the best shape.
Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Also, go ahead.
I would say the only downside for the hexagons is when you get to the nose cone, because as you go up, your surface area decreases as you're going up in a cone. So basically, they go up, the tiles kind of get a little stretched and whatnot, and then you have to basically make a tile seam, and then you can go up a little farther, and then you have to make another tile seam.
Yeah, some of the nose cone ones are like weird shapes, like home plate looking kind of things.
The nose cone is a little bit different compared to most of the other ship are, and then you get to the nose cone tip where those are glued. And the funny thing is, when you look at the tip of the nose cone, especially on the Block 2s, you'll see 3 oval ones that are in equidistant places around the nose cone, and that's because of where the lift points are now on the nose cone when they use it to lift it around in the factory and when they stack it on the payload bay and whatnot. So that's for anyone who sees those little oval ones right at the top of the nose cone. They're covering up the new lift points at the tip of the nose cone. And then of course they have custom tiles on some of the parts of the flaps, on the flap fairings and whatnot. And then they've got custom tapered tiles right at basically the edge of the heat shield as they transition to the black ablative part and to the ramps that cover the stab points, the stab points, the stringers for the dome welds, as well as the sockets which are used for lifting on Block 2, and then it gets to the leeward side of the ship. So there's still a lot of custom stuff in here, but I would have to say at least 85% or so of this vehicle is just a hexagon. So yeah, it's a really cool heat shield. I also have to mention the little smaller tiles that they use around some of the dome welds, because in the past those were all glued, but they basically made small pinned ones so that they could pin them all. Because for those of you who don't remember, they used to lose a lot of glued tiles. Well, the part of Block 2's heat shield was to change that to make them pinned. And unfortunately, they haven't really been able to test it. Hopefully they can test it on this flight. Cross your fingers.
Yeah. Also, it looks like the chopsticks were maybe slowly inching upward more. It's a little hard to see in the preview window that we have here that we use, but
they did. They might have engaged. I think the sticks engage with the pins. The next step would be to engage the stabs, and then you would very closely see the sticks like kind of bend slightly, and that would be them taking the weight of the ship. But we're not there yet.
Not there yet, but a good start. Also, a good start, a great start here. Steph Marr with a $100 super chat saying, "Thank you for all of your efforts, particularly the back channel crew. We never hear from directly. Be well, stay safe." Thank you so much again for all of the amazing, generous support on this stream already. You guys are the best community on the internet. I love it. Thank you. Let's see here. Let's go over some of the basics of the flight, because I saw a bunch of people asking these kind of questions earlier. So, Galactic Biker, what is the flight plan this time? So, how will this compare to what we've seen for the past flights? Flight 7, 8, 9, assuming it makes it all the way through, let's say.
Other than them, so they're not going to catch the booster. They're not. If they were to catch it, they would have to scrap it anyways because this is the second to last flight of this generation. They've got one more. They'll likely not catch 15 either. They'll probably dump it and try the same experiments again or try something new. But as for the trajectory, this is the same flight plan that they've had since Flight 3, which is and somewhat the same as they had since Flight 1 and 2. Flight 1 and 2 were targeting Hawaii, but on Flight 3 and up, they basically brought that target a little bit back into the Indian Ocean so that they weren't re-entering over the Solomon Islands and other areas around there, because there's less land to re-enter over the Indian Ocean. There isn't a lot of those like Solomon Islands. It wouldn't hit Midway, but there's a couple of islands around there they just kind of wanted to avoid. So that's why they aiming for the Indian Ocean now, starting with Flight 3. But it's just a suborbital flight, so they go up, they stop just short of hitting orbital velocity, and then it's not purely ballistic, but it's a ballistic trajectory so that no matter what happens to the ship, if they were to, say, lose control like they did with Ship 35 or, say, with Ship 28, it would re-enter over a body of water no matter what. Basically because this is still a test program. That's why they want to do that. So it'll go up, it'll eventually do its stage separation, coast over, and then re-enter over the Indian Ocean. That's basically what they're doing. I kind of expect that for the next flight as well. And then I kind of expect it for the first Block 3 flight as well because of all the new changes. And then maybe Ship 40 to orbit, Ship 41, maybe? We'll see.
So then here's a question. I'm going to modify it slightly from Whalen Wings. Basically, what would be would there be any reason for them to skip Ship 38 and then jump to version 3 of Starship? They were saying if it's possible if something were to go poorly, but even if it doesn't go poorly, would there be a reason for them to potentially skip 38 and just say, you know what, let's move on to version 3?
The thing about switching to version 3 right away is they're not going to be able to fly version 3 until sometime next year. I know people have said that they would fly by the end of the year, but there is a negative 0% chance of Block 3 flying this year. The pad isn't ready yet. The Massey's test site isn't ready yet. They haven't even fully stacked a booster, let alone a ship. And based off, even if we want to go by even the quickest of timelines from Block 2 vehicles, the earliest Ship 39 would be early February at this rate. So they're not launching this year, which means that's a big downtime. If they were to only fly this flight and it goes poorly, then they don't have another chance to fly for months, like 6 to 7 months. And they don't really want that. If they have a chance, they have another vehicle. It's literally getting engines, and they have a booster that just needs to get re-static fired again. Why not fly it? You have the pad. The pad still works, so why not use it? It's one of those things. Otherwise, you're going to have a really, really long downtime while trying to figure out what went wrong. Try to fix it on the next flight if it does go poorly, and hope maybe you don't go through the entire Block 2 era of nothing going right. Because the one thing is Block 3 ship isn't a magical fix to everything. It's not. If something goes wrong with Ship 37, they need to try to see if they can fix it for Ship 38 so that they can inform on those fixes for Block 3. It's one of those things is just Block 3 isn't the magical fix. It isn't. So keep testing.
I mean, Block 2 was going to be the magical fix, and here we are.
It didn't
right
need to
now.
be one. I said it. I think I said it as a Raptor side or something. But Flight 5 or this countdown to launch, but Flight 5 was the pinnacle of the Starship program so far. pinnacle. Ship 30 had a amazing reentry, still had a little bit of burn through on those forward flaps, but that was the old forward flap design. It was almost a year ago at this point. But it had a little change in the forward flap. Had the old forward flaps, but it landed on target, flip burn, everything, and they caught booster 12. SpaceX has not replicated that flight since. They 31 did a great reentry, but of course they didn't catch 13. And Flight 7, 33 blew up, but they caught 14. Flight 8, they caught 15, but 34 blew up. 35 had an uncontrolled reentry, but they were doing an experiment on 14, so they haven't had a flight like that again. And if this were to go perfectly, if this were to go as intended, as they want to do, Booster 16 would do its hover over the Gulf, and then they would basically let it drop into the Gulf and blow up because they don't want to have to try to recover anything. And if everything were to go perfectly, 37 would do a full reentry, flip, burn, and land, which would be the first time in a while both vehicles completed all of their objectives. We haven't had that in a while. So I'm hoping for it, but we'll see.
We will definitely see. And you know what else we'll see? Some awesome video that we got from Jack out in the field. Oh, you could see numbers.
26, 566, and 560 something.
Let's see. Yeah, these are the looking in at the Raptor engines underneath 37 from the roll just now.
Yeah, it was shaky because I was laying on the ground, not using a tripod. But hey, it's a view of Raptors.
2 in the 560s, one at 526, and I don't know if I can see the RVACs. Can I see the RVACs? I think we know the RVAC numbers anyways, because you can actually see those even with that construction wall in there.
Oh, this is so cool.
But yeah. So we have some other confirmation numbers. Couldn't remember if we know them all yet, but yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Jack, for laying down your life to get that.
Yeah, no problem. I didn't know if any of those numbers were new or not, but always try and get a shot of the serials. We'll have another chance when they lift it, but who knows what the weather will be like or if it'll be nighttime and dark. So I did what I could to get at least some serial number action. We thought they swapped an RVAC for the spin prime, right, Ryan?
They did. They swapped an RVAC for it, yeah.
Yeah, so the centers probably are all the same.
Still, really awesome job.
Indeed.
Thanks.
Let me also thanks some other people here really quick. Rise Against Gravity, saying thank you for your coverage. Currently changing my sleep schedule for IFT 10 because I am German, darn time zones. Also got to go to work an early shift 3 hours after window close. This is the time when nobody sleeps. Thank you, Starship, for messing up everybody's sleep schedules across the globe. William saying NSF has been a constant friend and source of expertise and fun. Thanks to the whole team. Really appreciate that. Ooh, getting one of the new trucker caps, the dad caps there. Salim, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. John Chester's also becoming a PadRat member. Fish Slapper also becoming a PadRat member. Jose joining the red team. 33 Raptors. Mimi gifting a red team membership as well. Z-Man gifting 5 red team memberships. If you got one of those, definitely give them a thank you. And also go check out all of the members' content that we have ahead of this flight. And that means you'll get access, as I mentioned earlier, to all of the members' multi-views on flight day especially. Get some BTS behind the scenes of the actual broadcast itself. Lots of epic stuff to come. Concord Enchanting, thank you for the one curly L. Anonymous saying, I hope Starship actually rises from the ashes this time. Hopefully there's no ashes because that would mean the pad is burnt. But I appreciate the the gesture there. And Sedated saying, ugh, this is the Ares era. No, the Ares era was part of the shuttle era. Ares flew while shuttle was still going, so it was the shuttle era. There is no such thing as an Ares era. Right?
Disagree.
Oh, come on. Ryan, you're a Taylor Swift fan. You understand about eras. That is not an era.
It was a single launch, and it died. That was it.
Exactly. Right? That would not go on an Eras tour from Taylor Swift.
Using a single RL10. What was it? I don't even remember. What was the second stage again on that thing? I don't know enough about it because I don't really want to know about it. But it's like it's all old tech. Ares 5 was cooler.
Oh, yeah. If that had come to fruition, I mean, SLS is... it's great, but yeah, Ares 5 would have been spectacular, but Ares 1X and... Oh, it was cute. Anyway, now that Chad is back...
I don't know if that's the word for it.
Yeah, and it was such a great... wasn't it a great separation at the stages? Nice and clean. They didn't at least hit each other and start spinning part of it out of control.
Totally didn't nearly destroy the pad, too. Right?
Yeah, no, definitely didn't do that.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I don't know if we have the spreadsheets for this one, but Patrick Frame was wondering, what is the quickest rollout to lift time that they've had? Is this a contender at least, even though we don't know the exact times?
That is one time I haven't tracked. I used to track the lift times, but they got so they started to take hour and a half that it just kind of became pointless to track them. Because the quickest time they've ever stacked was we have to go back to Booster 9 and Ship 25. It was its second to last stack. It was that they installed the FTS, stacked it in 33 minutes, then had to destack it because they had to. If anyone remembers, they had to do some grid fin motor replacement. And then they restacked it, and then it took off. And still one of the more... it's still amazing that how successful Booster 9 was after what happened to 7. But they usually take around an hour to stack it. As for roll to stack, I mean, usually takes a couple to several hours. I think the quickest it's been like 4 to 6 or 7 hours. Boosters are quicker. Ships take longer. Because there's final checkouts you have to make, because you can access the booster a little bit easier from the ground. Ship, not really. If there's an issue with the ship, usually you have to destack it if you have to get access to anything, especially like in the engine bay. So they want to make sure everything's checked out before they stack. So that's why usually it takes a little bit longer and whatnot.
Yeah, and again, it's usually a little bit of time from once they arrive at the pad to getting it stacked. They've gone pretty well so far, getting everything aligned, with the pins and everything there. Just got to get the stabilizer arms in, start letting the arms take the weight, and then hopefully start lifting. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe they go for a sunset pretty view, or maybe they go and just get this thing up as quick as possible. It's SpaceX. You never know which they're going to do. Obviously, they aren't waiting for 4:20 p.m. because it's 5:21 p.m. Or 5, yeah, so... Moving along here. Here's a question from Alvis. This is a technical question, but I'll throw it to you, Ryan. Do you think the high or higher density of missing tiles on the nose tip is a stress test, or is it related to the headers cooling the steel in that area? High curvature means high heating, right?
I think it's a stress test more than anything. All the tiles that they've taken off are stress testing this vehicle. I wouldn't really think has anything to do with the headers, because The only part of the header tank that is actually the nose cone wall is the very tip of the nose cone, which is the tip of the LOX header. Other than that, the headers are separated by air inside or just separated by a space inside the actual nose cone itself. So the only thing that actually touches that wall is the tip, the very, very tip of the nose cone that's basically glued on, where the tiles are glued. So, and that's the tip of the LOX header.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of it all comes down to the testing, because it seems very specific, the places in which they have tiles missing, whether it's singular tiles, sections of tiles. It seems so random that it feels very deliberate, if that makes sense.
There's a deliberate pattern to it. There's a reason. It's kind of like, I think it's the same pattern they used on 35. I have to go back and look though.
We'll see. Again, the hope through all of this is that we actually finally get to see a version 2 ship re-entry where the heat shield is in the proper orientation. I cannot wait to actually see them get data back from that, and hopefully be able to see the plasma views, and really, with the way they've had the cameras with the Starlink downlink, to be able to actually see those flaps, because that's been it feels like the bane of Starship's existence when it comes to re-entry is the burn through that we've seen on those flaps. And they finally redesigned the flaps, and we can't get to actually see them during re-entry. Anyway, I'm not bitter, you're bitter. This is a very interesting question from earlier that I picked out, but I want to bring it up. In regards to human landing services, No Good God is asking, if Flight 10 and 11 fail, or I guess let's say not go optimally, do you think NASA could pivot to Blue Moon landers for Artemis 3 versus Starship? Because a reminder, for those who don't know, Starship has the contract for Artemis 3 and 4 as the lunar lander for the United States, and Artemis 5 would go to Blue Origin and their Blue Moon.
I mean, they don't really have like test hardware yet. At least nothing. They haven't flown anything yet like Starship has. I don't think they would just switch at this point. If Starship, if it can't solve ship issues and it's like mid to late next year, then maybe at that point. The biggest thing about solving these ship problems is if, say, 10 and 11 do fail. Say they blow up either before SECO or they lose control and they have uncontrolled reentries or whatever. All SpaceX needs is for Block 3 to have a couple successful flights in a row, and they can hit the ground running with this vehicle. They can just finally go. I fully believe they would have caught a ship by this point if they had some success. If they had success with 34 and 35, or even with 35. There's, say 35 is a success and then 36 is a success. They might have caught 38. They might have tried it, or at least tried to do orbital with either 37 or 38. But the problem is they haven't. I think it just takes a couple of good flights and Starship's back on schedule, but right now they're just not. I don't think they would switch over to Blue Moon because of that, because they still have a ton of R&D that they have to complete as well.
Right. We're expecting to start to see their lander do more testing over at Cape Canaveral soon, but they haven't gotten to that yet either. They just finished building Lunar Plant 1 over at Roberts Road at their facility there. They're getting to it, but at the same time, again, you have a vehicle, albeit not necessarily the HLS variant of the vehicle, but the base of it, currently flying, set to fly on its 10th flight tomorrow. So I'm sure they have the confidence, and NASA would have said something if they didn't have the confidence. Here's a unique one. Fly Squirrel is asking, sorry, for the honor of Adrian, Fly Squirrel is asking, do you ever think that they will have a version 4 of Starship or no? I'm going to go out and say probably, because think about Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is currently on Block 5, so essentially version 5 of that. And that's ignoring the fact that there was a 0.9, and don't forget, we also had Block 4, which then had Block 4 full thrust. So there was multiple variants of Block 4 alone. So with all the iterations that it's gone through, and I'm sure even Block 5 has gone through tiny tweaks over the years that they haven't said publicly, I would not be surprised if we see Starship Block 5 in a couple years. Ryan, what do you think?
Block 4 of Starship will be the next generation, or the future ship that they talked about in the Mars update in May, which will likely be the stretched ship, a stretched booster and ship, because they literally cannot stretch the booster right now. Even if they wanted to, they can't. The Mega Bay isn't tall enough. Is the hilarious part. In order to stretch the booster, they basically need the Gigabay to be built, and there is a little ways away from that. As we can tell, they literally just started the first pour for the pile cap last night. So that one of the corners is already poured, and there's a lot more rebar to put in. There's a lot more of that, but they need Gigabay in order to stretch booster. So they will have a Starship, a Block 4. It's going to be a little bit until it happens.
Yeah, so I saw someone asking, so would HLS be a Block 3? I don't even think we know what block that would be yet.
No, I assume it'll be in Block 3. That's my assumption, is HLS will be in Block 3.
Or not a potentially unknown yet Block 4?
Yeah, whatever. Future Starship, next generation Starship, whatever you want to call it. Starship 3, Starship 4. I mean, there's a lot of different names you can use. But yeah.
Exactly. Maybe Elon gives an update on that tomorrow, which Elon did say that he would be giving an update Sunday. And ResistoJet had a great question. This is a perfect Ryan question. They said it was originally for Chris, but since he's off the air, Ryan, what would you like Elon to tell us about in his next talk? Not what do you think he will. What would you like to hear?
Everything. I want the blueprints for the ship and booster. I want the blueprints for Raptor. I want exactly how the tank farm works, exactly how both vehicles work, the pad works. I want everything. If you're asking what I want everything. Am I going to get that? No. It's one of those things like, what would I want? Everything? Duh. This is ITARN proprietary information. Throw it out the window. I want everything. But, I'm not going to get that. So, as for what I think we'll get, and we got a Rocket Lab getting close here. I don't know what mission this is. Live, laugh, launch. We go with that. There it is, right on the screen. For what I want, or what I think we'll get, I should say. I think we'll get an update on Booster Block 3's aft, because they seem incredibly proud of this new booster design. With Pope making social posts about the transfer tube and the grid fin. I think we'll get something about the forward dome, how they plan on protecting that in hot staging. I really, really want them to talk about how, it kind of talk about the issues and failures they kind of have with with Block 2 of ship, and what they've done with Block 3 to fix it. Like, I would love for them to go, yeah, we had this harmonic issue with Ship 33. This is how we solved it in a month. I would love them to talk about that. That would be so cool for them to go into how they solved a lot of these issues that they've run into. It would be really, really cool to see that. I don't know if we'll get that, though, but I think they'll definitely go into depth about a lot of the changes that they've made. Because based off the pictures of that Raptor 3 engine we've seen, I think that's a flight a flight-ready Raptor 3 engine. Based off the shielding that they have, it's missing a lot of the sense line ports. I wouldn't be surprised if they go, here's what Raptor 3 is going to look like when we put it on a vehicle or something along those lines. I would not be surprised at all if if he points that out or whatever. And I think they've been waiting to do this update until they had more Block 3 hardware and they had a like production or flight ready Raptor 3 engine. I think is why they've been waiting on it. So that's kind of what I think.
That would be nice. And so, while we're talking about it now, you may notice those, as you pointed out, the picture-in-picture here. That is Rocket Lab's Electron rocket. That is at the Mahia Peninsula out in New Zealand on pad 1A. You are looking live at, there you go. We're about 9 minutes or so away from launch. They have given the go for launch in that poll just there. And this mission, Live, Laugh, Launch, is going to be launching the 3 Teslas that drove Crew 11 at... Wait, no, it's not? Then why is it the same thing? As a joke. For those who remember the Crew 11 stream, the license plates, the custom number tags that they used to go out to the pad for that one were... well, for the first attempt, Live, Launch, Laugh. They corrected it for the second one to say Live, Laugh, Launch, which is the same as this mission name, although the payload for this one is the EchoStar Lyra Block 1. So it's a constellation of 4 satellites, and it's part of the whole Internet of Things. So a bunch of data services basically connecting all of these different devices and services around the world, also dealing with data services, and it's going to be operated out of its Australian subsidiary, EchoStar Global. It was made by Astro Digital, and this will be going into a sun-synchronous orbit. Apparently, there's also additional payloads on board, and if I told you what those were, I'd have to unalive you. So, yeah, there are also 4 confidential payloads.
By the way, one of the stabs moved in for ship. So, well, we just need one left.
So what are we at then, timeline-wise?
It's funny you asked that. We could be an hour away. We could be 30 minutes away. We could be 5 hours away. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just like it's one of those things. There really isn't a timeline for ship. What they do is, I mean, they'll bring the sticks up, they bring them in, they hook them in to the sockets. They then bring the stabs in, and then they would basically bring the sticks up and let the sticks take the load of the ship to kind of test, make sure the sticks are good, make sure the ship's good, and then they would disconnect the clamps. The problem is there's no real timeline for how they do that. It's just kind of how it happens, to be honest. We can't see. I would expect there is workers under the ship right now doing final closeouts and checks. I would not be surprised if there's around them. We just can't see it at this point, I don't think. I don't know if there are, but they also could be just slowly hooking the thing in and eventually maybe hoping for a sunset stack, which sunset, I think, in Boca is like at 7 tonight, so an hour and a half from now.
Don't know. We'll see. Again, it's at the whim of SpaceX and also at the whim of everything working with the chopsticks out at the pad. While we have a moment, a bunch of people I need to thank here. Anonymous getting I'm from the shop, for everyone at NSF. Thanks for the work you do to bring this whole show to us day in and day out. Hexagons are the bestigons. Love it. Sayer, your name would be even more awesome with a W, just saying. Is Starship capable of launching in a storm? We mentioned that a bit earlier, but no. The issue becomes the clouds that it would have to fly through and the possibility of creating lightning and static that could cause damage to the electronics on board. So they will not launch in the rain. Will they static fire? No, I won't go there.
Oh my God.
So
It needs to be on a shirt. It really needs to be a shirt. Like,
So about those launch dates, yeah, just that whole sequence. Um, Michael saying, "You people are the greatest. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much." Anonymous, thanks for all the coverage. Great entertainment on a rainy Saturday. Yeah, definitely rainy here too on the Florida coast. Astrophysics, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. For a second, I thought that was Alex, who goes by Alex Physics. I was like, wait a minute. Crafty Geek, hey chat, excited for the patch? Hashtag patch stakeout. The patch is out. You can go get the patch.
yeah.
It's available now on shop.nasaspaceflight.com, rising from the ashes. And then Joel getting a whole bunch of items from the shop saying payday is close enough, though completing the collection also would be nice if all the prints had the flight number somewhere in the title description. I might be blind. It's 1 a.m. Most of them should have the flight that they were shot on in the description, but we'll make sure they are. Getting a whole bunch of prints, too, of Starship. How appropriate there. Love it. Thank you very much. And again, a reminder, if you do get any of those prints in the shop, a portion of that sale does go to the photographer who took that photo. So you're not only getting something awesome for yourself to hang on your wall, you're also supporting the person that spent the time to go out and take that photo. And before we get to the Electron launch here, just finally, Mr. Fluffy02 saying, when will Crispy make shuttle merch? Also, my favorite shuttle was Columbia. Can't explain why, just have always loved her. Pat shirt and trucker hat ordered. Thanks, Sawyer, Ryan, Jack, Max D, and all the NSF crew. Let's go, Ship 37. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, we'll have to talk to Chris about shuttle merch, and I'll let you slide, because Columbia being the first was spectacular, but Endeavor's the best. Anyway, let's listen in to everything going on now in
That's
Massey.
right. We'll also hear a call out confirming that both stages of the rocket are fully pressurized for flight before, last but not least, our launch director will begin the 10-second countdown to liftoff. And that time is almost here, so let's bring up the audio channels at Mission Control and listen carefully for those call outs. We'll be back with you shortly after liftoff.
Rocket Lab getting into the final parts of the count here now. Again, the bottom you have the 9 Rutherford engines, very similar to Falcon 9, but a lot smaller. And then there's the Rutherford vacuum engine. And then if it has a kick stage, that has a Curie engine on top.
From now, there should be no red flags on your critical LCCs. Beacon LD admission card.
LD Beacon.
Beacon, lock the auto sequence and confirm.
Auto sequence is locked.
And confirm all flight computer ASCOs are green.
Confirmed.
Copy, thank you, Beacon. We're go for auto sequence start at T-2 minutes. LDs go for launch.
So we like to hear no red flags in the launch commit criteria, and they are go for launch. So the onboard computers will take control of the count there at the 2-minute mark, unlike Falcon 9, which does it at the 1-minute mark. That's the entering startup. But the terminal count is once the onboard computers take control. And again, this is currently out of New Zealand going into a sun-synchronous orbit with a couple satellites on board, one for EchoStar, and then 4 additional unnamed payloads.
The vehicle is fully on the entire bar. AFTS is green and enable for flight.
Flight termination system armed and ready to go. Coming up now on about 90 seconds to go until the launch. See there a fully fueled, fully frosty Electron
Box load is
rocket
complete.
there.
System is in recirculation.
There's the vent, similar to what we see on Falcon 9, with all the gas closeouts and evening the pressure. Just like Falcon 9, this is also RP1, the refined kerosene and liquid oxygen.
Anti-geyser is
1 minute.
disabled.
You can see their strong back also
Stage 1 and 2
retracted
tanks
there.
suppressed for flight.
High flow engine purge enabled.
Tanks at flight pressure, everything looks good. 30 seconds. We will resume your Starship
Minus
coverage
20
shortly.
seconds
and now,
accounting.
15 seconds to go. I'll let them take the call from here.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Beginning pitch 1.
And there goes Electron.
Stage 1 propulsion nominal.
No
There
drone camera
goes
this time.
Electron, a beautiful liftoff there
beautiful.
for Live, Laugh launch, now on its way to orbit. Electron is quickly picking up its speed and altitude and approaching a crucial moment in launch that we call max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure. This is when the atmospheric forces on the vehicle are at their peak.
That's right, and we're standing by now for the call from Mission Control that we have successfully navigated this phase.
Cleared max Q.
AGB discharge nominal.
And that's confirmation from Mission Control that Electron has successfully passed through max Q. All data is looking nominal so far, and the rocket speed and altitude are right on target. Next up will be first stage separation and MECO, or
Stage
main
1
engine
guidance
cutoff.
is nominal.
Electron's first stage is powered by 9 Rutherford engine that, as Sam mentioned, will soon power down in preparation for MECO. Once that's complete, the first and second stages of Electron will separate, allowing Electron to drop the first stage that it no longer needs. Next, the single vacuum-optimized Rutherford engine on the second stage will ignite so that it can propel the second stage and the payload to its orbital destination. These actions are coming up in just a few moments, so let's check them out.
By the way, you could see on such a small, skinny rocket how much the upper-level winds were affecting it on the way up. You could see that shake.
15 seconds to staging.
And that is the same thing with Falcon 9 when they're worried about those upper-level winds. It's not as big of a deal with Starship, but it
burnout
absolutely is
detect
still
mode.
something they look for.
MECO confirmed. Stage 2 ignition confirmed. Stage 2 ignition confirmed.
Love this stage.
A
microphone.
beautiful engine light up for the second stage Rutherford, powering the mission now at more than 8,000 kilometers per hour and 93 kilometers in altitude. Now that we've dropped the dead weight of the first stage, next to separate will be Electron's fairing halves from the top of the second stage. That will expose the payload attached to the kick stage to space for the very first time. Always a really exciting moment in the mission. Let's listen in now to Mission Control and keep an eye out for those two fairing halves to fall away.
Fairing jettison confirmed.
There they go.
And there they go,
Guidance
the
is nominal.
fairings have been jettisoned away right on schedule at T plus 3 minutes into flight.
Is there an echo? They're saying the same things I am.
AGB discharge holding nominal.
I love how they actually have the sound where you can hear the vacuum Rutherford engine start up. Meanwhile, while that is starting up, something else starting on the other side of the screen would be the other stabilizer.
We're
So
cruising now
both
over
stabilizers are
9,000
in.
kilometers per hour at an altitude of
Starship.
142 kilometers. We've got about 5 minutes left on the second stage's engine burn time. Now, next up will be key milestones for Electron called battery hot swap, which we'll see shortly.
But yeah, just confirming though, Brian, the other stabilizer is
Stage
in,
2
right?
propulsion holding nominal.
Yep, the other stab is in. There are still there's the elevator still went up the tower, and I think there's people working on the booster QD, so it's not cleared out yet. They
The
may
engine
do the
nozzle
full
on
thing
your
where they
screen there belongs
run the
to
clacks
Electron
on and everything. They haven't started that yet. So
Yep, so not yet, but it's another step closer to getting this thing lifted already. So they are really pushing for it, and they are continuing to track, without a doubt here, for the launch tomorrow. We did see an update, by the way, from the SpaceX newsletter that they put out confirming the launch is still on for tomorrow. That would be August 24th, 2025, with the window opening at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. So far, everything is proceeding. And by the way, it's just worth noting that was in the SpaceX newsletter, but that's not the only newsletter out there. Don't forget, we also have the NSF newsletter, our rocket review there, that you can catch up everything going on with NSF, some of the videos you might miss from the week. There's photos. We get some awesome behind-the-scenes interviews and insight from the members here at NSF, updates on all of the merch and things in the shop, and occasionally some discount codes in there. So a lot of things that you can check out, and that is nsf.live/newsletter. If you want to go sign up for that, it's once a week. We try not to spam you with it, but it's a cool way to keep updated on everything at NSF and things you might miss, and some nice little treats in there. Now that should be coming up on battery hot swap, by the way, for Electron here, where that little square in the corner will fly away, as these are all electrically
Battery
powered.
jettison confirmed.
Confirm hot swap
Speaking of,
successful.
here they go. So now a different set of batteries that are fully charged will take over as those are depleted and jettisoned away. So now it's the second set of batteries continuing to power that upper stage engine. Gotta love that. By the way, that someone asking about that white spot is, I can't tell if that's something on the camera, a dead pixel, or if that's just a mark on the engine, but it doesn't seem to be an issue. Meanwhile, looking good on both sides of the screen. They've got their little trajectory map up there as well. Everything appears to be dead on the planned trajectory. Everything looking good. That's what we like to see. And again, the fact that Starship has the pins in, it's amazing how quickly they were able to roll it out, get it out there, and get to the point where they are currently. So while we continue to keep an eye on Starship, keep looking at the big fiery glowy thing on screen, aka the Rutherford vacuum engine. You might call it an RVAC. Oh wait, that's taken. So wait, does that mean that there are currently 4 RVACs on screen? 3 on the right,
if
1
you
on the left?
use the abbreviation, sure, yeah.
You got 3 Raptor vacuums and 1 Rutherford vacuum, so 4 RVACs. Bit of a stretch, but I mean, come on.
Yeah. There's still there's speaking of the other RVACs that are well, they're not on screen, but they're in the ship. There are people doing checkouts under it, under the ship right now, as you were talking about before. Both stabs are in. The sticks look to be engaged. Once the checkouts are completed, the sticks will kind of raise up a little bit as they take the weight of the ship, and then they'll lift it. Which it honestly could happen anywhere from the next hour to the next
transfer
couple
of it
hours.
achieved.
So,
And there it is, Seiko.
And there you go. Second engine cut off, and I believe the kick stage separated away. That sounds like nominal orbital insertion for Rocket Lab. Hopefully, we will see something just as nominal tomorrow for this flight, although not necessarily in orbit. And you were talking about work underneath the launch mount there. Is that the dance floor under there, or what am I looking at here?
no, they're inside the ship stand. They're under the ship right now,
Okay.
doing final checkouts and other things like that. Once they clear out, they will go ahead and lift the ship. Basically, the sticks are in. They're engaged. The stabs are in. So all that needs to happen at this point is the chopsticks take the weight. They disengage the ship clamps and lift it. There is no press plate to take off. They only have some tape covering the ports. They'll take that off after the lift because they'll swing the QD arm back in. They'll swing the work platform back over. They'll disconnect that stuff, and then they'll go ahead and hook in the ship QD. And the ship QD will hook in basically by itself. So they're just doing some final checks and whatnot because this is the last time they get to look at the aft end of the ship unless they destack it. So they got to make sure everything's good to go. Once it's all good to go, they'll stack it. So
It was a weird perspective from that angle. There we go.
yeah.
Let me thank some people here. El Balgdawong, why not 3D print large tiles for common areas? I mean, they pretty much cut all of these big tiles anyway simultaneously, so it's not that big of a deal. I'm sure there's the small intricate ones they're pointing out, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they do. They've got their bakery, as it's called, to make these tiles and get them ready to go. Telstar86, no question. Just wanted to say thanks again to the NSF team for all the coverage. Let's get this amazing vehicle in the air, hopefully all the way through to splashdown. Yes. Telstar86 also gifting memberships. Thank you for gifting a Red Team membership there. Also, Telstar86, goodness gracious, saying, do you think SpaceX will add microphones like Rocket Lab to Starship so we can hear the Raptors fire up during hot staging? Let's let them actually get good at doing that first and getting to orbit, and then, yeah, then we'll deal with that. Rocket Lobster, that's a great name. With the $10 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Just watch Electron from my deck in New Zealand. Well, kind of. It's a little guy and hard to spot in the daylight. Does a great jellyfish at twilight, though. Love your work, always, NSF, and go Starship. And then Joel coming in. Looks like Prince, which don't mention the flight, have the date in the description. Was completing both collections, hence the print spam. Great work as always. Well, thank you, and hopefully you enjoy the prints. That's part of why we love taking these shots, is so people get to enjoy them. And Peter getting a couple items from the shop. I don't know why it's taken me so long to get a patch. Hey, we're glad you got them now. That's what matters. Speaking of taking so long, it is definitely taking a while here, and as Ryan pointed out, it could be anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour and a half to who knows how long. Maybe they're targeting sunset. We don't exactly know. But at this point, what we are going to do is we are going to take a commentary pause. We will, of course, return once lift begins. If you don't want to sit and listen to the DJ sessions, we will, of course, update you on all of our social channels. So Facebook, Instagram, X, Threads, Blue Sky, TikTok. Follow us on all your favorite ones. When it does happen, you can set a little notification ping, and we will send out a post once it does. Otherwise, you can hang here with all of your fellow space fans and enjoy. Well, I guess it's DJ Carson rather than DJ KMR, unless it's DJ KMR's playlist. Anyway, enjoy the music. We'll be back once we get for the full stack.
Ship 36 just blew up.
Oh my god.
Flight directors, go for flight. Ignition. 2, 1. We have liftoff. Booster engine cut off. Ship engine cut off.
We hope you enjoyed your DJ session there. We now continue your regularly scheduled programming with the lift of Ship 37 on top of Booster 16 as we get ready for Flight 10. You saw the hype trailer if you were with us about 30 minutes ago. You are ready and excited as we are now under 24 hours to go. Ryan Weber, your voice may have changed a little bit, and you've got a cool new accent, huh?
Well, Vlog 2 is really bad and everything is bad. Nah, I'm just joking. Yeah, I'm Alex. Hi, everyone.
Alex is joining me for commentary on this part of the lift stream. So welcome back, everybody here. We, I believe, are getting towards the lift, right? We started to see the weight on the chopsticks. What else?
Well, right now it seems like the ship is off the stand. This is, nominal procedure. This is one of the first things that they do. They lift the ship and then they keep it there, probably as they do the final checks, and then they start the lift. So any moment now we should see that lift resuming, and they'll go up and stack this on the booster. First timing, hopefully the last one.
Exactly. In terms of speed, I mean, they have been flying full speed ahead today. Would this be, you're probably the person to ask for this one, would this potentially be the fastest time from roll to stack?
I have not put any numbers to it. I'm pretty much like Ryan. I heard the whole commentary before, and I'm pretty much like Ryan in that sense that I have not really tracked any times for that, but it does feel very fast. It like, if we were going by vibes, right? It does feel like it, and at least the rollout. I mean, that ship was booking it, right? It was really going fast to the pad, probably because of the rain and whatnot, right? But yeah, I mean, it could be, may very well be. I have no numbers to support this, but it does feel like it. I'm just going by vibes, essentially.
We trust Alex's vibes here. A reminder, if you have any questions for this process, you can tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF, and we will do our best to answer as many of your questions as possible. Such as, we have first question here saying, do they require the pad to be evacuated to do this lift? Stephen King is wondering.
Yeah, they evacuate at least the immediate area. There are still people usually at the launch. The launch site is huge, by the way. For people that might not be aware, might not have gone at any point out there. It's rather big, so they only clear the immediate area, like the area around the launch mount and the tower and everything. But there are folks out there still at the launch site, sort of in the tank farm area, in the sort of more central part of the launch site and whatnot. There's still people out there. They're just not immediately next to the ship, of course.
Right, you can see someone there right in the foreframe there walking. But yeah, there's usually a pad announcement at least, though, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there are certain points where, if things look stable, they can approach. Like, it's not like they absolutely can't, right? They do have certain moments where, if things are stable enough, they can approach, and with, lots of care and all that, they can get close. We've seen that in the past, even with lifts, for example, going up there and checking out, for example, the top of the booster for the connections and whatnot. There's been a few times in the past where the stackings did not go as well, and so yeah, it was not a thing that they could just continue without any inspections, and so they went up and inspected things and whatnot.
And of course, our cameras keeping an eye on all of that as we were going through our DJ session here. And also, while the DJ session was going, let me just catch up on some support here, and then we'll get to more questions. Don Stedman, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Troy S. becoming a Red Team member. Jim Cheevers becoming a Pad Rat member. Hunter H. saying thank you for becoming not saying thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, and all members will get access to the launch day and sometimes pre-launch day members multi-view. You can see all of the cameras. I mean, all of the cameras rotating through that we have going on. And in addition to that, there's also some BTS behind the scenes stuff that you get to see as well of the producers actually producing. So if you always wonder what goes on with the back channel is there too. Well, not the words, the people. Getting something from the shop here saying thanks, Go 10. Great shot, Sawyer. Was that? Oh wow, that is one of my prints. Cool, the nebula shot. Thank you for doing that. Oh, that's so cool. I'm not on the stream often where one of my prints actually gets sold, but that was awesome. And then, of course, getting that with the patches and everything. Thank you. And Artillery 75, NSF, cheers to the retro 80s sci-fi tech music. It's dope. Well, unfortunately, now you're stuck with us talking again with the commentary. Let's get to some questions here. Rocket Man asking, have they installed the anti-explosion device on ship yet for post-SECO? I wonder, are they talking about the flight termination system, I believe?
But it's post-SECO?
I mean, they disarmed the flight termination system post-SECO.
They installed the anti-explosion device, and I think this is just a joke, as saying, you know, did they install the thing that makes them explode after SECO? Yeah, I hope
it's a real question, so I'm not embarrassed. Have they done the flight termination system then on Ship 37?
I assume yes. I assume they did that at the Mega Bay. It's something that of course it happens indoors, so we have no idea when that happens. But I assume they have done that, because if they're lifting this, it should be already installed on the ship. There's no way to install it once it is stacked. It's too far up for any lift. There's no access once it's on the booster. Like there's no gantry or anything from the tower to the ship or anything like that. And so and no, the chopsticks do not work because they are nowhere close to the place where the FTS is. But yeah, so we assume it is already installed just because they're lifting this and they are getting ready for launch tomorrow.
Indeed, getting closer to launch. Here's another interesting question. Luke is asking, what do they do to secure Pad 2 when there is a launch from Pad 1? Do they have to do anything special with Pad 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's far enough that some of the places don't need too much of securing, but there are major things that of course need to happen, like for example getting the large crane that they have out there. They put it to sleep, as I usually say, right? Because it goes eepy sleepy. they lower the boom and everything. They do all that. They secure obviously all of the other components and whatnot. You know, from the smaller to the bigger ones, of course, and that allows them to be able to, you know, safely launch from the pad next door.
Yeah, of course, right now, all eyes are on Pad 1, though, and SpaceX, of course, continuing to keep up with what's going on, tweeting about the flight test here. You could see there, Starship moved to the pad at Starbase for its 10th flight. The 60-minute launch window opens tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Here's the kicker, folks. With weather currently 45% favorable for liftoff. So that is 45% go, 55% no-go. Yikes. But there's still a chance, right?
Coin toss, but yeah. Oh.
Yeah, people are still on their way down there.
What's this?
Should I like not get on this next plane and go home?
Das, I don't know. I think you can still fly. Again, 45% chance is better than a 0% chance, right?
I mean, it's better than a 0% chance, but I'd like to sleep tonight.
Oh, sleep on a Starship weekend? Not gonna happen.
Sorry, I just jumped in. I'm literally at the Houston airport right now, waiting for my flight to Brownsville, so I figured I'd check in. They get this thing stacked yet?
It is off the SPMT, but it is not stacked yet, so it's kind of just hanging out right now.
All right, good.
But yeah, in terms of preparations at Starbase, I know you're on your way there. What can we expect from you tomorrow?
Sleep? No, we definitely know we can't expect that. No, it's tough, especially with the delay. I think the biggest concern that our team in the field has is the scattered thunderstorms, because the scattered showers are going to be really difficult to plan around, right? Especially over at Margaritaville, we have a bunch of tracking equipment and stuff like that goes on the roof, but it's definitely not waterproof. So it could even be a situation where it's, thunderstorming all day, we can't get the gear deployed, and then it clears up an hour. Sort of locked out.
I think that connection is not the best, Daz.
Oh, that's fine. We all talk
yeah,
then.
we'll let you get to a better connection spot. But yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Das, for joining us in from the field, though. Das been doing a lot of amazing things. If you haven't already, make sure you check out the 2 streams this week. The one that was at ILC Dover, where Das and Alicia both got to go inside a spacesuit, and then the one at the Neutral Buoyancy Lab in Houston, where he and Alicia got to check out the pool there, and the divers going down and up. Speaking of going up, it looks like we have movement on the chopsticks upward with Ship 37.
Yep. It was moving a little bit while it was down there near the stand. And now it's going up.
Just trying to find a smooth segue, that's all.
Can I join in? My name.
Wait.
My name is Chris. I'm also a robot.
What's this with people just joining randomly?
It's because
hey,
it's like,
chill out, all right?
it's like they're talking on the internet. Can I do that as well? This is great, though. Come on, this is Flight 10. This is the world's largest rocket. How can you not get excited about this?
Even with a 45% weather chance, you can still get excited.
Is that the chopsticks? The carriage thing? I just heard like a whale sound.
Oh, it's been a while, Alex, since we had the song of the chopsticks.
Yes.
Yeah, right? Those cables just... They're groaning. And I think it stopped because they stopped the lift.
But it is like whale song. Yeah, you're right. That's a great way of describing it. It's like whale song. Now, imagining there was whales in the Gulf going, oh, my kindred spirits are in Boca Chica.
Well, since you're here, do you want to assume the responsibility of taking over the hosting here, and I'll just hang with Alex?
Yeah, I just like thanking people, because it's kind of out when I thank people, because although we all generally mean it, and I've said it on the earlier stream, I might sound a bit monotonous now to the point of people saying you just say it for saying it, say Chris. Honestly, I have to put, if you can see me, I'm putting my hand on my heart. If you could see me, my hand is on my heart. I'm not even lying. It's true. That we absolutely mean it. When we get the support, I mean, it's crazy. It's every stream we do, we get support, and I really want to make a point of saying thank you. I'm never going to read out, oh, we've got a super chat from blah, 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 like that. That's something we could never do. We're not owned by some big company, like a lot of places are. A lot of places have got like a publishing house behind them, like an advertising company behind them. We don't. We are self-run. We are our own people. So everything we get is literally being used. Not for some company's profit margin, but for us to invest into what we do for you. So that's why I make a big point of thanking people. Right, I won't go on, but I wanted to get that across because it is important. And speaking of which, Bill has become a Padrat member. Telstar 86, Sawyer great at puns, not so much noticing jokes. Have you missed a joke, Sawyer?
I did, yes, but I turned it into a legitimate question. It's okay. Egg on my face, then turn into scrambled eggs.
The Sawyer TE is still going because Gareth's saying sit up straight, Sawyer.
I actually am because of that now. Thank you, legitimately.
There we go. Oh, we got a star message. I wonder what they got. They got the Flight 6 patch. Hang on a minute. we've just released a Flight 10 patch and a Flight 10 merch, which is pinned in chat right now. If you're late to the party, we did release it slightly earlier than the actual full stack point because it was rolling out and we knew it was happening today and course launches tomorrow. So we thought, let's not hold on it too long. It is the streaming question where we have full stack as we're watching right now. So we thought we'd release it, and it is pinned in chat if you've not seen it. It's amazing work by Jax. I would say it's our best one ever, especially with the context, the Phoenix from the Flames. Look at that, because what was going to be Flight 10's ship, which was Ship 36, which went, oh my God, blew up at Massey's. So that was a Phoenix from the Flames with Ship 37 replacing the role of Ship 36 on this Flight 10 and hopefully being successful. It's a positive angle. The Phoenix from the Flames is a positive angle. And I think it looks beautiful. It's very visually stunning and eye-catching. So we're very happy with this patch. And it is available for pre-order right now. Michael got patch 6.
All right, Chris, everybody.
Yes, it does.
How about now?
Sounding good,
Is that any better?
You do, yeah.
Okay, cool. I need to point out, because I saw some people confused in chat, Jack Buyer did not make that patch. Did we talk about that earlier? Because we keep saying, oh yeah, Jack made the patch. Jock actually made the patch, which is a different and distinct person from Jack. It's not even like his alter ego or anything like that. Jock is a completely different person who's a professional designer and has been helping us out with the last couple patches there. So it is not Jack Buyer making the patch. It's Jock. That's a different person.
Yeah, Jacques.
Two things there. One, look at this view. The ship rising. It's a ship rise. It's amazing.
That's cool.
If only there was a sun behind it right now, that would be the ultimate. But that is just a great shot. And the second thing being, now I want to see our Jack with the beard, design a patch just for fun.
Make a patch.
And see what it comes out like. Yeah, if we do a special actual Jack patch, yeah. Oh, that's a shot. Oh, I need to bandicam that. Oh, I'm going to find a question for Alex. Right. First of all, Jeffrey Stewart's become a Red Team member, and Telstar, question for Chris B, how many hands tall is the tower? That's a horse question. I don't know. I'll have to work it out. I learned to ride on a very tall horse, a 17-hand horse. And it was huge. It was a monster. And I never forget that horse. It's called Brigadier, he was called. He was an absolute sweetheart, though. I will work it out. There's a way of working out how many hands, so leave that with me. But I'm going to just find a question for Alex so I can bandicam while Alex is answering it. Right. Astrophysics asked, that's almost your name. Are there more water collectors about Pad A to collect parts of the water and use parts? Hang on a minute. Let's try and read that one again. Are there any water collectors about Pad A to collect part of the water and use at least part of it? Okay, right. So maybe retention pools we're talking about here, about where maybe say rainwater is collected and they use it. I don't think they use the rainwater, Alex. I think they actually tank in the water and fill the tanks, don't they?
Yeah, they come in from the same water supply that they have at Brownsville, the same trucks and everything. They come in, they refill the deluge tank farm, and it is true that they have a sort of like a deluge pond, if you will, but it doesn't really hold that much water compared to how many gallons, liters, whatever unit of volume you want to use for the water. It doesn't really hold that much. Also, a lot of it is vaporized on contact with the exhaust of the engines. On the official sort of the official documentation and everything, when they do these environmental assessments and whatnot, right? They usually have these numbers on what's the amount of pollution and whatnot, and that is also part of the whole equation with the water and whatnot. And so they have this number where it says that it's about 92% of the water gets vaporized by the Raptors. At least when the Raptors are of course up and running, there's a bit of water that gets sort of deluged, I guess it might be the word for that, before the engines are ignited, and then afterwards there's a little bit more that sort of comes out of the plate. But while that is happening, almost everything gets vaporized, so it's not like you can really hold a lot in that pond. They're building now the one for Pad B, so we'll see.
Yeah, Alex, I think, like, to answer the question, the retention areas you see there are more about preventing it from running off in high concentrations around the pad. It doesn't catch all of the water. It just keeps it from running too far into the wetlands at these high freshwater concentrations, right? Because everybody's like, oh, who cares? It's water. It's clean water. You could drink it, whatever. Well, the wetlands just next to the launch pad are actually a slightly salty environment, and a bunch of the ecosystem there requires that balance of salt versus fresh water. And so if you just dump a bunch of fresh water into it, you destroy the salinity balance, and that can impact the things that live there in the mud and stuff, right? If you care about that or not. But they have the walls, they have little concrete lip and stuff like that, but it's not capturing 100% of the water. It's just trying to control the runoff a little bit. But like you said, most of it gets vaporized and rises into the clouds as steam, becomes clouds.
Yeah, and I will argue though that I will still not drink any of that water coming out of the plate. There's erosion from the plate and things like that. You can get metals in that water as well that go into the flatlands and all that.
I'm not even sure I'd drink it out of the fire hydrant where they get it from. Like, I don't know that I'd like drink straight out of that hydrant. I'll go get a bottle of water
to be potable water. Like it's the same water that they get at Brownsville apparently. But
for
once it goes
low values of potable. Go ahead.
Exactly. Like it's not the same kind of system, the one that you get, through your tab and whatnot. And even that one, I've not been there, but I can imagine it's probably not the best tap water. But yeah,
it's the worst tap water. There's worse tap water in Texas, believe me.
Oh, I can imagine. One other thing that I was going to say is that in the future, they do want to capture some of it, like instead of being just a runoff pond or something like that, an actual retention pond, especially once they do the ones at 39A and 37 in Florida, they actually want to try and reuse as much of that water as possible, like have a collection system that they can then reuse some of that water, even if it's just a trickle of water, that's a few trucks that they can save.
They should capture it and put it in little vials with a Starship logo on it, and then sell it at the gift shop.
Drinking water.
This isn't the NBL.
Although, given how social media is nowadays, they will probably be a lot more luckier with like bath water and things like that.
Hey, sorry, quite a few questions in chat about this weather that's been posted out on the SpaceX account with the rollout, about the 45%. As somebody who has seen the POVs on weather violation potential in Florida, I don't know if this translates, because we've seen Falcon 9. I've seen Falcon 9 launch in a 90% no-go weather forecast. It's found a gap in the weather. So two things, 45% is not too bad, and two, it's a different kind of vehicle. I keep thinking this vehicle might be more capable to launch in conditions that a Falcon 9 would not be able to launch in. Is that what's your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that is, in regards to the weather, I mean, in the same month, I think it was last month, we had a launch that lifted off at 10% and that scrubbed at 90% favorable. So, it's a prediction. So there's definitely some leeway. One of the big things, I think, difference-wise, might potentially be the wind and the fact that you have yes, it's still a very tall vehicle, but it's a lot wider. Whereas the Falcon 9 is tall and skinny, therefore it becomes very susceptible to those upper-level winds and kind of getting battered around as the winds change. It seems like it is a little bit stronger with a vehicle like this. Now, what that means for the actual changes to the weather rules, if there is any changes to what is the maximum upper level winds that they can handle or not, isn't really public, so I wouldn't know for certain, but I would definitely say there's slightly different weather criteria for a vehicle like this.
Chris,
cool. Yes.
Can I have an opinion?
You can.
I honestly think the 45% is mostly made up, because the big thing that they're tracking are those scattered thunderstorms. And we don't know if there's going to be a scattered thunderstorm exactly within range of the launch pad at any given time tomorrow, right? Much less within one sort of window. All they have is sort of like general trends and what's the probability that this might bubble up or not. But it's so hard to even guesstimate or calculate, right? because the thing is not, will it rain all day? It's during the flight window at that specific location around the launch pad and downrange, et cetera, et cetera. Is there going to be a thunderstorm there? And even at, 23 hours in advance, if my phone changed when I changed time zones here, they can't exactly predict that. They just sort of have to make a guess. And I think the guess right now is like, maybe not. I don't know, 45% sounds good. It's not like there's a frontal system coming in and it's going to hit at noon tomorrow and they know it's going to start raining. It's maybe it'll bubble up. Go, Alex. Sorry.
That's usually what happens also in Florida, right? In Florida, it's even more volatile, right? Like the weather is just so changing that, we sometimes have gone into launches. We've been like, this is gonna scrub. This is gonna absolutely cancel the launch and everything, because we went like in the morning, it was maybe 20% only favorable chances of favorable weather conditions, and then while in the countdown, SpaceX goes out and tweets, hey, it's now 80% favorable weather conditions, and the weather clears, and then they launch, and it's like, how does that happen? Who knows? But these probabilities are as of right now, and so tomorrow, as they get into the countdown, then they'll figure out if it's still good or is it still bad, or how those chances change over time.
Yeah, you're right. They're managing expectations, I think, and the thing is, I think it's highly likely we see them do everything running up to launch. We're going to go out there and set out cameras. SpaceX is going to be doing everything, because it's a long time, even from 9 in the morning to 6:30 in the evening. A lot of things could happen. Weather can change a lot in that amount of Texas when it's this volatile bubbling up sort of thing. So unless they get some new completely wacky information, I bet you what we observe is they're going for it. And then as they dial in, they get closer to that time, that's when the call gets made, like, oh man, yeah, there's that big thing that's going to bubble up and not dissipate by the time the windows open, close, or whatever, right?
Alex, we've just seen the ship quick disconnect. I'm just going to barge in now because it's been moving for the last 5 minutes. But the ship quick, I can't even say it now. The ship quick disconnect arm. It does that thing during a stacking where the ship is lifted. It gets to about the height of where the booster is. It's probably, I don't know if it's the angle. It might not be high enough yet, but it's in that position where it's close to being translated across. While it's been lifted to that final point, the ship quick disconnect arm swings in. I assume it's about clearances, but is there anything behind that, Alex, that you've noticed over the times we've watched this?
What do you mean behind
why it swings just as they're lifting it?
Okay, because they can. When the ship is lifting, you can see there in this view, when the ship is lifting, the carriage system there attached to the tower sort of goes through the height of the ship quick disconnect arm. And so if the QD arm were still deployed or sort of swung in, then the whole system will not be able to lift up the ship, because it will have the arm in the way. And so that's why once it clears that height, then the arm can swing in and then it can be positioned there. There's another benefit to this as well. The quick disconnect arm at the end of it has cameras that can be used to further inspect this whole process, because now the ship will be swung into sort of over the booster and then placed on top of it. So those cameras can help on that as well. They obviously have as well. We can see there those drones flying around, but it never hurts to have another perspective, another view of it.
Speaking of drones, Astrophysics is back again with a question I'm going to hand to Daz. Why don't you use drones to get them as close to the pad as you can to get photos of the launches and static fires? Why don't we use drones, Daz?
There's a few answers to this question, and I can lean on the as close to the pad as possible. We do use drones on occasion, but we have to stay out of the TFRs, those temporary, right, flight restrictions that are around the area. And the trick with Starbase, it's a critical facility. It's a rocket launch pad that you can apply to have a, air quotes, temporary, actually really permanent, flight restriction that says, you can't fly planes in the area below a certain amount, you can't fly drones, you can't do a bunch of things, right? But when you have critical infrastructure like a rocket launch pad, you can apply to get these sort of temporary flight restrictions, right? So we do get as close to the pad as we can. It's just that as close to the pad we can is like over a mile away. You're not weaving in and out of the arms of the chopsticks or anything like that, right? That would not be safe. It's a safety thing as well. You don't want an amateur with a drone in there flying in and then bumping the drone off the ship, and then the drone falls down and it lands on somebody's head or something like that. It would just be too Wild West if that was even a possibility. But up north, actually, South Padre Island, like Isla Blanca Park, where you can watch from, that's also got a TFR, but that TFR is around the aerostat up there. It's centered on that Coast Guard station, and you can't fly a drone within a mile something. I don't know the exact distances on all of them by heart, but you can't fly a mile, fly a drone on South Padre Island because of the aerostat. It doesn't have anything to do with Starship up there. It's interesting because the TFRs are meant to be temporary, but a lot of times they become sort of PFRs, permanent flight restriction areas, because they just get renewed over and over again. It's arguable that they're not all needed all the time. Like, are they a little over onerous? Are they impacting the public's ability to use drones in areas where 95% of the time there's no real reason to have a restriction there? But right next to the launch pad, yeah, sure, you're not going to be taking a drone and like flying right up next to the Starship and like looking at the QD plate or anything like that. That's a pretty normal thing. Now, SpaceX has drones flying all over. You can actually see it on the screen right now. Isn't that a drone on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
I think it is, yeah. So SpaceX can do that, but that's because they're SpaceX. They have professionals, lots of experience. It's very much controlled. I don't know if y'all can hear the airport announcement in the background, but it's not time for me to board yet. They have a lot of communication, so they can communicate with the ground crews when they're flying and that sort of stuff, versus the wild drone west of every Tom, Dick, and Harry that can afford a Temu drone going out there and causing havoc, right? Does that answer the question? What was the question? Drones?
No, that was a good answer to the question. I was just laughing at the Temu thing because I kind of like it. But it is a situation now where that drone you are seeing on screen is a SpaceX drone.
Yep.
It actually is now. You can see from this angle, it is at the height for the translation across. As we've seen, the chopsticks are moving ship across to align with the booster. Once it's aligned, they'll very carefully and very slowly bring it down. People will think, there we go, full stack. But they tend to, Alex, remember, they tend to sort of like take their time, rightly so, to get it fully attached. Is there a mark where you, in your mind's eye, say, okay, that's definitely full stack now? Because I don't think you have to still have that pin anymore.
What pin?
There was a pin which used to be when we first saw the first stacks. There used to be like on a visual, it was like almost like a pinhole where it would align the vent line, maybe.
Yeah, it was the engine chill vents. Yeah, they had. Yeah, with Block 2, those things disappeared. Fortunately, because they were an eyesore.
I don't know. Maybe they need to put them back so Block 2 survives the flight.
Hey, engine chill. So far, it's worked. But yeah, emphasis in so far there. But yeah, the whole idea is that, when we see, for example, the chopsticks have these stabilizer arms, these little triangle things that sort of go further down on the vehicle. Those are used for the little sort of adjustments left and right and whatnot. Usually, if those disconnect and the ship is on top of the booster, normally that means it's already there. Because they only will do that. Like the chopsticks still normally stay engaged for a while. It also helps the stabilization of the rocket and things like that. And so they don't disengage until we are very far down the countdown. But if those little knobs, those stabilizers separate, then it's probably most likely that the ship is already secured to the booster.
Yeah, chat remembered what I was talking about, because I tend to sort of like go around the house a little bit about the pin. What pin? It was a case of where they had a stacking and they actually broke that connection, which is used to align for the vent line, and they had to unstack it afterwards because that was not a good configuration to launch in, as you'd imagine. Lots more questions. I want to thank some more people though, because we've got more support. Druna, how much can they deviate from the EIS? Given the detail of pad pollution, I can imagine they planned to static fire ship on the orbital launch mount a year ago. So deviations from the IES, I mean, obviously they've not, because they've gone forward with their plans to do this static fire on the star stool, as I like to call it, on pad 1. What would you class as a deviation? I can't even think of what would be a deviation as far as pad pollution. Does that make any sense to you, Alex?
I mean, Deviations, there are many, right? In terms of pad pollution itself, I'm not fully sure because they have, I think, up until like 30 different activations of the deluge system per year and things like that. So they have plenty of margins there. But there are other restrictions, if you will, that they seem to I wouldn't say not care about, but if they do care, it doesn't show.
It's a good point because you've just made a great point there. And that is, if this had been the regular year that SpaceX was aiming for, maybe they'd be getting closer to that limitation of how much they could have used the water deluge system. But because of what's happened with Block 2, things have been really pushed back a little bit on the schedule, and they have a lot of leeway now as far as that limitation goes. So they're not even close to touching that limitation for this year. And then when they need to increase it, I'm sure they'll just refile and go for another well, they've got Pad 2 to come online for a start, and that'll probably be a different EIS situation anyway. Robert Henry, massive support. Thank you for this. This really appreciated. Any of the NSF crew been to Wallops Island? Sawyer, have you been to Wallops Island before? Because there's the NASA flight facility, Rocket Lab, LC3, the NOA Command, Mid-Atlantic Spaceport, shucked oysters galore. Is that a thing, Sawyer? I don't know about shucked oysters.
Yes,
highly recommend. Thanks for the outstanding coverage. So, Sawyer, have you been to Wallops?
I was supposed to, but then I got the flu that day, so I did not end up going to Wallops, but I did spend a summer interning at the Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland, so I saw plenty of launches from Wallops, but I didn't actually get to go to Wallops, and I've tried to get to Chincoteague Island quite a few times. They do have some pretty good viewing sites out there for when Antares was launching, and as pointed out, Rocket Lab has a site there, Neutron will be launching from there, and we'll see once they get the next version of Antares, the 300, going for Cygnus. That will be cool. But for now, again, the next Cygnus flight will launch on a Falcon 9.
Indeed, and they've got wild horses there as well, so I'd love to visit there. Art Raider, there's a Cabcot member. That means you have access to our Discord now, our member Discord. It's not just any random Discord, it's a member Discord, and it means it's a really fun, nice place to live there because, I say live there? Talk there even. I think my mind was suggesting that I spend a lot of time there, which I do. It's got everything, all the rockets, all different companies, all different sections like SpaceX, it's got Blue Origin, what have you, but it's got off-topic things like Sports Ball, which I spend a lot of time in. It's got all sorts of things there, party chat. It's a really fun community, and I do generally mean that. So if you join there and go, Chris, this is not my kind of community, I'd be saying that's not true. If you enjoy our chat, you'll enjoy our Discord even more, because I found our chat to be a great community as well. Art Raider, thank you for that support. Mr. Fluffy, Chris Daz said to Sawyer earlier, new merch idea, wait for it, shuttle merch. I do believe, Daz, we are evaluating potential ideas for a shuttle merch range, aren't we?
We want we were looking at like a throwback sort of retro shuttle sort of thing. Like how do we not have shuttle merch? We just have to find a good design that like speaks to us. Can I say that sounds dumb? But you know what I mean. We've got to find a cool design.
Yeah, it's something that clicks.
Yeah,
I mean, for starters, that's what we do with all our merch. We don't just put merch out there for the sake of it. We go for something that's really cool and it really catches the eye. And it's something like, oh, when we're evaluating these ideas, we tend to wait, especially for Daz, to go, that's great. Because once we get like a collection of people going, that's awesome, like we did with the Flight 10 patch, for example, then that's when we'll run with it. And with Shuttle, especially with our history, the start of the site back in 2005 being very much dedicated solely to the Space Shuttle program, it's important we get it right. Really is important. That's why we do Shuttle Sunday with Sawyer, don't we, son? We need to do another Shuttle Sunday soon, Sawyer, because we don't like to leave it more than a month between Shuttle Sundays.
Yeah, let's do it tomorrow. There's nothing happening at all in the next 22 hours, 47 minutes, and 57 seconds, right?
Yeah, maybe not tomorrow. Alex, James Brown Photography asks, what's your thoughts on on the target for SpaceX and the Artemis 3 HLS landing, and how will continued ship failures possibly affect confidence in the platform? So, first of all, a target for Starship's role in the Artemis program, and any impact you may have seen or perceived from this. Let's not sugarcoat it. This year, where they've had some problems.
Well, I will say in terms of on target, on the timelines and whatnot, I don't think they are anywhere close. Mostly not only because of the different, several issues that they have had this year, but also because I've always thought that the timelines were very aggressive. And to be fair, these are timelines that are negotiated with NASA. This is not just me blaming SpaceX themselves. This is also on NASA, because they were the original ones saying, oh, let's land in 2024. Anyways, continuing with this train of thought is that, the ship failures, if they continue, of course, then it gets increasingly more difficult to meet any timelines, right? And so let's see what happens with with this flight. I think if this flight works and then they have a good flight 11 as well, they have at least a good chance maybe in 2027, not of the crewed flight, but the uncrewed demo with HLS. But we'll see.
Very good. And by the way, Alex, I did see a question here from Terrence who asked, will they keep the chopsticks around Ship 37 until tomorrow to keep it more stable? Because we were talking about winds, weren't we?
Yeah, they usually do that. I mean, it depends on the flight campaign. Sometimes they deploy the arms very early, like maybe the day before even. It just depends. Maybe it's down to the weather. But at some point during the countdown, those arms will open. Might be further down the count, might be further up, but at some point they will open and they will reveal the full stack. It's always glorious when that happens.
It is, yeah. Spherical Cow asks, any updates on the supposedly upcoming technical presentation? Still expected tomorrow? ? When? It is expected. Elon's reply to numerous questions, including one from me about when the presentation was, he opted for a weird grok video to reply to. Shall we say no more? Where he just went Sunday. So that's all we know. That he definitely is still going ahead with it, and it was Sunday. We don't know when on Sunday, but we are looking forward to it. So it's a question of just waiting to see. But I guarantee you, because we'll be starting our stakeout stream pretty early in the day, in the countdown even, for Flight 10, that we'll have live coverage throughout the day to the point that we will not miss Elon's presentation if it's during the countdown towards Flight 10, because we've got hours of coverage to come yet. Alex, I've got a technical question for you here. Are you ready for this? I even don't know the answer. Six String Simpleton asks, is max Q re-entry Q the same point as maximum atmospheric deceleration?
Oh, that is complicated to answer. It kinda is. And the kinda is sort of where you will need a much longer answer, and we really don't have the time for that right now. It kinda is, though. It's sort of like the maximum deceleration when you back on flights 5 and 6, for example, when they did that re-entry, the peak of the temperature happens earlier, and then the peak of the atmospheric max Q and whatnot, and the deceleration happens later. And that is not just some casual thing, something that just happens just because. That is essentially the dynamics of the re-entry, and it happens very similarly as well, for example, with capsules. Usually when you hear, for example, when they got out of the comms blackout on Crew Dragon missions, they call out the Gs, and it's usually like 4.5 or 5 Gs. It's actually some of the highest Gs that they have, and they've got out of the plasma phase, but it is also the part where they have sort of the highest deceleration and the highest sort of max Q, that maximum force against the atmosphere at that point. So yeah, in a sense it is. Again, the kinda is, there's some caveats there that you need to address, but again, too long to explain.
Carson, I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you have the breaking news stinger available? So I've never seen something this high, but Jerry T. Segura, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, has sent a message, thanks to all the NSF crew members and viewers who make this possible, with $1,000 tip.
What?
$1,000 tip. 1,000. 1000. I have never seen anything that large.
Are you sure there's not a comma?
No. I mean, my eyesight's not the best these days, but that is crazy. Jerry.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs Max. Get Max out of bed. But he won't be in bed, he'll be taking photographs. As the ship is lowered, I'm not going to distract myself from what we're actually covering here. But Jerry, that's crazy, and also very much appreciate that will be put to good use. I can guarantee you that it'll be put to good use. But also, I want to make sure you are an L2 lifetime member, because if you're not, I'm making you one. Simple as that. That's the least I can do. So email me, please, if you're not, and I will sort it out personally for you. But that is bonkers. I mean, I put it on the ticket. You can see it now. I've not made a mistake. It's on the screen right now.
That's extremely generous. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, 6 strings. You said that deserves an LT. It deserves a lifetime LT membership. That's what it deserves, at the very least.
I'm just going to unmute in the middle of the airport security announcement. I was waiting for the announcement to be over. But Jerry, thank you so much. That's absolutely ridiculous. And if you go to tips.nasaspaceflight.com, instead of doing the YouTube thing or whatever, that goes directly to us. So we cannot say thank you enough. Now I can afford an iced coffee from the OTG Experience self-checkout here at the airport in Houston. They're like, $8? Are you kidding me? No, but for real, thank you so much for supporting our team and everything that we do. That means a lot.
Yeah, I mean, as Daz was saying, tips is the one way you can do a big one like that, and it will all go to us. It's not going to be Google's not going to take a cut. I don't want to diminish any time people do super chats and whatever, because it's all support. It means we get something, and that means a lot to us. But again, that's tips, and that means it's gone all to us. So it's literally the best way of doing something like that. So thank you, Jerry. And I'm going to just say, I appreciate just as much Telstar's $1.99, because again, it's the collective thing. If we got one massive super chat per stream, that's great, but it's not the same as getting a lot of smaller contributions and what have you, and people buying things from the store. It's the collective thing that makes it work. So Telstar, thank you. And you've actually answered my question before I had to Google it and check it out. The follow-up is the tower is 1,437 hands tall. That's one tall horse. That is one tall horse. Juan Lambers, what would you think the flight number will be? Oh, great question. For the first HLS to be launched. So this is flight 10, booster 16 and chip 37. What flight number, and chat join in with us for your guesses, will be the HLS, the first HLS launch? I'm going to go, me first, because I'm talking. Flight 23. Oh, I might be going too soon. Flight 23. Alex, what do you think?
30. Say 30. 20 flights from now.
Very good.
Might
Sawyer?
be the uncrewed one.
I mean, Ryan Weber's not here, so someone's got to go on the pessimistic side. I'm going to go with... I think we're probably talking 38, 39.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with 38 to be on the nice
Gotta be honest, I said 30 just to say a number.
I've gone very optimistic then, because chat is in the 40s and 50s.
Oh,
there's a couple flight 15. Daz, I hear you're on comms. What's your guess for the flight number? Guessing that we're on flight 10 now. What will the flight number the first HLS launch?
Isn't it just like Artemis 3 or Artemis 4?
Well, it could be. I was personally thinking the prop test. The prop
Artemis 8?
The prop transfer test.
I feel like... Go ahead, Alex.
I was going to say, there's an uncrewed test to the moon first.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, they have to do a proof of landing concept before they put people on it.
Exactly.
Intriguing minds wants to know what Daz's guess is, though.
Oh, I mean, we're on flight 10 right now. They need to orbitally refuel. They need to get out of the Block 2s, right? And get into the Block 3s. Then they need to see if they messed up the Block 3s as bad as the Block 2s were messed up. I mean, if they learned as much from the Block 3s as they learned from the Block 2s is probably the right way to say it. And then they have the entire chain of things that they need to do, including the rendezvous and the orbital refueling. And they need to get one all the way to the moon. They need to get one down on the surface of the moon, right? Like, there's quite a few steps that need to happen before they're going to put an HLS. Are we saying HLS like the first time there's a person on it? Are you saying the first time that it's a test that's directly demonstrating something for HLS? Either way, you're like 30 plus 40 probably.
I'll be honest that my ambitious guess was based on classing the prop transfer test as Artemis, which is technically part of it. It's the target and chaser test. That still might be optimistic. I mean, we're talking about like you mentioned, Block 3's got to work first, and that's going to take a few flights.
Block 3 needs to work.
Yeah.
We don't need any fireworks shows over the Caribbean or anything like that. Like Block 3 needs to do its thing multiple times over and over again to make sure that it's
no more diffuser nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. Like it needs to prove that it's reliable, right? So what do you mean with the question? It always comes down to that, right? But even like think about it, Alex. How many refueling launches do they need for one that's going to the moon? And then do you count all those? Right? Certainly you do.
That is the big question, because this is probably an even longer conversation, as I always say, right? That they don't know right now. Because you cannot just you cannot say, oh well, the ship has this X amount of capacity of propellant. Because for a lunar landing, you pretty much, and of course if you want to go back to lunar orbit, you pretty much have to fully fuel the ship, the HLS. Because especially if you go from low Earth orbit out to the moon and then down to the surface and back up, because you need to come back from the surface, right? And you want to go up to lunar orbit. And then from there, Orion does the whole thing of returning back to Earth and blah, blah, blah. If you want to do all of that with the HLS, then you need to completely fill it up. So then you say, well, it has X capacity and it can launch Y amount, right? So I do X over Y and that's the amount of tankers. Nope, you cannot do that. Buzzer noise. Because what if you cannot really transfer What if you cannot really transfer everything that you carry into orbit? Because the geometry sometimes might not work. It's not a perfect transfer of propellant, right? You've got the shape of the tank and everything. You've got the transfer will be done through the quick disconnect port, the same one that they use there. Of course, for Block 3, it'll be redesigned, but it's the same design that they use for filling the whole thing. And we see sometimes that there's usually a little bit of propellant left on the tanks even after they detank and drain and everything. So it might be the same when they do that. And then there's also boil off. There's a lot of things to consider. So once they start flying, they'll figure it out. But it's gonna be rather interesting how many flights it actually takes. Probably will take quite a few of them.
Oh, by the way, sorry, go on, Daz. Go on.
No, I was going to say, we will be here capturing. I think the biggest question is how many people in chat will still be watching Starship launches when we're at Flight 28?
Me. I will be.
You. What are we going to do for a patch? We're just going to make a patch that has a blank and you can just fill in the flight number with a Sharpie and just the same patch over and over again. You write in the flight.
It's going to become a situation where we're going to have to start picking missions, because once the cadence picks up, it'd be really impossible to do a patch for each one. Just the way the production goes and the way you got designed, send off, get samples, approve it, then bring it and get in the warehousing and ship it out. It's not an easy process, as you know, Daz. So I think we might have to start thinking about picking and choosing when we get to like
my Boy Scout sash, where you had the patch, but then you added little pins to it for each merit badge or whatever you got. So it's like, here's the patch, and then it's like, this is for flight, 11 through 20 or what. I'm not saying we start with 11. It's for flight 21 through 29 or something. You just add a little pin to it, so you have one patch with a bunch of little markers on it, right?
It's an idea.
We have ideas.
Let's remember that one, because that's a good idea. My word. I was going to try and bring you back in, Daz, to do a little segue, because Alan W., I can't remember the question about from what Zach was talking about, but expanding on Zach's idea, a backpack that looks like an EMU pack. Now, I'm not going to address that directly, but I'm going to say that we recently just had a stream with ILC Dover where a certain Daz was in an actual spacesuit, which is an EMU. That's what they call it, a technical word, extra... mobility unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, God, my brain's not working this time of day.
We've thought about that. Something like that would be so custom to get something like that made and skinned or whatever you want to call it, right? I think it would be amazing. I would love to have a live stream pack that has like live stream equipment in it instead of, your socks and underwear or whatever, that we could take around and use, but it looks like an EMU or like from The Martian, right? Like the hard-sided pack or something like that. Something like that is a custom product that has like a significant amount of investment, and it'd be really tough to make happen. One day, could we have like a pre-order? It's like, hey, we designed this. If we can find 150 people that want it, we can actually get it made. Here's the way to support the project. It'd almost be like an NSF Kickstarter for something like that. But we've talked about backpacks and stuff. We've talked about custom backpacks that look like things like that. It's a significant amount of work. So maybe when the cadence gets going and starships are just like, it's the Thursday Starship launch, it's fine. And we're not like dropping all hands, everything. It's like a Falcon 9 flight. Maybe then we have some more bandwidth to work on cool ideas like that. I'd love one. I'd use it.
I agree. We can see the actual lighting is perfect now. We're getting a really beautiful backdrop to this. You can actually see the drone as well lit up with its flashy lights. But they are getting very close now to full stack. Yes, Alex?
Get this for the thumbnail for SBL.
I'll tell you what.
A new thumbnail.
I've got a funny feeling that Jack and Max are both out there taking photos right now, and I will be Jack, Max, can I have these photos? Because they'll be absolutely beautiful. They may be potential prints. By the way, speaking of which, Mike actually got a Max print. The message because you can put a message in the store at checkout and it reads out onto our panel, so we can read the message out. But the message is ILU, so I wonder if there was a longer message somewhere there that was meant to be sent, Mike. But if you want to pass it on, do at NASASpaceflight and I'll find it for you. But you got
Mike, we love you too.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what I'm gonna go with. I don't know. It might be something completely different, like inertial longitudinal unit or I don't know, but
no, chat.
We appreciate the support.
Yeah, chat is backing you up. That is just initials for I love you. I'm too old to know these initials. I see people doing like chat messages with these special 4 initials in the end. I'm like, I have to Google it. Dear me. Got some fun questions before, not even questions, fun statements almost before. I've got one for you, Sawyer. Rocketman says, have they installed the anti-explosion device on ship yet? Boca. Remember, we've got the FTS, which is where it does make it explode if things go wrong, but they've not yet found an anti-explosion thing because Block 2 could have done with it recently. So I see where you're going there. Blitz Gaming, did SpaceX add the dummy satellites to the ship? Yes, they did when it was at Mega Bay 2. They did install. If you go back on my X feed, you will see some nice time lapses of the installation of those Starlink simulators. So they are on board, as they are now getting closer to getting to full stack right now. It's only, well, I say inches. It's quite a big vehicle, so it's probably a bit more than inches, but it is getting closer now to full stack. But
also,
Blitz
thank you
Gaming,
for rubbing it in, by the way. That was the question that I thought was a real question and not a joke, was the anti-explosion one. So thank you for re-rubbing it in.
because I think the next one probably is. Andrew M says, how many stars would a Starship ship if a Starship could ship stars? I don't know.
Is it Block 3 or Block 2?
Yeah, very good. Block. I am Novacon. This is for you, Si. This is the question I was coming towards. What do you think are the chances the pod bay door actually opens this time? Winky face. So the Pez dispenser, they've had a bit of issues with it. They've had issues where they've got it open but they can't close it, and then they've had issues where they can't open it full stop. What do you think are the chances, and chat join in because it is a guess, that this time that ship will get to the point where they get to the Pez door opening point, that it will work and we'll see Starlink deployments? As we can see on the left hand side now, we can see the installation of those Starlink simulators in the Pez dispenser. So Toya, what do you think are the chances it'll work this time?
Oh boy. I mean, one of the things with the last one, it seemed like there was pressure issues related to what caused it to kind of spin out of control from what they mentioned on their website earlier. So that caused issues with the payload bay door. At that point, as you mentioned, I think it was Flight 3 or Flight 4 where they had the issue with just the payload bay door test. I personally just think the Pez dispenser is a really not great design. If they would do a Ship 36, it would guaranteed to come off, but not closed. So other than asking how, I'd say it's potentially likely, but I'm not super hopeful, for being brutally honest.
Indeed. I need to press I did press it, but it didn't go through. I think my browser is affecting the clicky on the panel, but I'm just making sure that Max Print purchase is in there. In fact, it's a second one. That's why. It's a second one. That's what caught me out. Thank you for your support. That's Max, a second one. Remember, when you buy a print from the store, it's always from our photographers. There are original photographs from our photographers, which means that every time you get any print from our store, they get a cut as well. So it's a three-way, good way thing of doing this, because it means you get a cool print in the post sent to your house. We obviously really, the value of commerce, get a bit of profit margin out of that, which helps us, our operations, as you can imagine. But also the photographer who took it gets an extra bonus cut as well. So that's a three-way goodness thing. I've also, Engine C has done 5 gifted Red Team memberships. Croy has done become a Capcom member, so you've got access to our Discord as well. Mike Hart has become a Padrat member, as is Marino, so you've become a Padrat member too. Captain Kirsch asks, I still want an NSF cowboy hat. Do we have a cowboy hat?
I have a deal for you. How about you get a cowboy hat and an NSF patch, maybe a little bit of Velcro, and put a patch on the cowboy hat. I don't know. I think we'd be a little bit rough to find a cowboy hat like specifically, but Max has that straw sun hat, and Max has taken an NSF patch and put it on the front of his sun hat to make a NSF branded swag sun hat, straw hat, or something like that. So you get a patch from the store, you could do one of the flight patches, or if you find us somewhere, like if you're at Starbase and you find us around Starbase, we all have the little NSF giveaway flag patches. The only way to get one of those is to find us somewhere in the field, and we should have one to hand you. So don't be shy. If you're out there, you see us somewhere else, or at a museum in New York, or on some other event or something like that, don't hesitate to come up and be like, hey, do you have an NSF patch? Because that's the nice little flag patch that'll fit on your cowboy hat. In terms of a actual cowboy hat being in the store, I'm not going to hold my breath on that one.
Don't we have... Sorry, Chris, I was going to mention that. Don't we have still, at the very least, not patches, stickers of the NSF logo on the store? I do have a few of them with me, because I bought them on the store. So if you don't have the patch, well, at least the sticker might do. Sorry.
I wasn't going to dare insinuate that they should put a sticker on their cowboy hat, but I'm from Texas, Alex. I understand. You're from Spain.
By the way, do we have
whatever
numbers on these? I see numbers on these Raptor engines from Tyler's photo.
Oh.
Yep, 526, and I think the other is 563.
Looks like 563.
I'm not mistaken, but yeah. And the E1 and E2, those are the locations, like the positions. Just like, airplanes have engine 1, 2, and whatever. Same deal with a rocket as well. Engine 1, 2, 3 are the center ones, and then 4, 5, and 6 are the RVACs.
I've just retweeted that. Thank you for pointing out. I'm obviously busy watching the panel and watching the stream, and I don't watch my X account. I will not let Elisar down by pointing out that we just do not post on X only. We post on all the social medias. Haha, segue. We post on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. So whatever you personal preference for digesting NSF content in a social media form, we have you covered. So I wanted to make sure I mentioned that, not as a jerky haha to keep Elisa happy. It's because it's actually really valuable. I will go on record and say, as someone who sets up the X posts, our Facebook feed is better. I really wish I could be as concise as the Facebook team we have in the way we put our content on there, because they do a fantastic job. So I will say that out loud on a stream, even as a person who does the X part. But I've just reposted. I want to say retweet every single time. I've reposted Tyler's photograph if you want to blow it up in full screen glory on my feed. If you do follow me on X, or follow NSF on X, not me anymore. It's a NASASpaceflight account. So there we go.
We need to make that into a print. Like, I think it's in the shop team channel right now, and they need to make that into a print, because that's that like slightly over zoomed close up. The lighting is fantastic. It's like that's like an art print, honestly.
Yeah, it's really cool. It really is. I would like that on my wall. There we go. Dog turns. Sawyer, will SpaceX ever build spaceports in Caribbean countries? So we're talking about jurisdiction, aren't we? About American territories, I would have thought would be the first overseas place, maybe would probably be the first natural place to go. But Caribbean countries, what do you think? What's the value there?
I mean, I guess the value becomes if you don't want to do a boost back if you're coming into landing. For example, there was the Bahamas landing that they were able to do with Falcon 9, getting special permission to land within the waters there. But again, that is within the waters as opposed to building an actual catch tower on the land. I don't think that's going to be super critical, because if you're talking about close to the equator launches, you have Florida, you have LC-39A, you have 37. Those will get you there entirely. West Coast, you have Vandenberg. That's more your polar trajectory, and of course there is the Southern Polar Launch Corridor from Florida. I don't see much benefit to that. If we're talking years down the line, point to point, maybe, but specifically for orbital launches or suborbital launches from there, I don't see the value.
Yeah, it's a good question, because eventually this, I mean, I really wish it'll happen, but the more I wrote the article about this and then we did a subsequent video about it, the more I love point to point, the more I find the challenges involved. It's not easy to bring off that proposal that they want to have Starship flying around the world and landing across different countries and ports and what have you. It's a massive challenge, but I do hope that one day that becomes at least a small potential, maybe the New York to London route, because that's what Concorde utilised, and that was obviously something where they could get the paying customers to afford to do that because of the value of the travel time being reduced. Again, it's a long time off. I do think Elon and SpaceX are very much more focused on the potential of taking Starship to Mars. I say potential, I think the reality maybe, because every time SpaceX has come out with a goal, as we've seen with Falcon 9, they eventually achieve it. They've got a hell of a team there. It really is impressive how they've taken things like landing boosters on drone ships. That's crazy. What a bonkers idea that is. And look at it, it's now routine. It's now like, if people see that on videos and they go, yeah, seen it before. It's routine now. It really is crazy what they've achieved. I'm going to go back to patches just for a second, because I saw loads of patch questions come in. Admiral wants a Starhopper patch. Have we thought about that, Daz? A Starhopper patch?
Yes, Chris, sorry, I'm on my phone. If I'm in another window, I'm like frantically tapping to get back to it. We have looked at a Starhopper patch, and at some point in the future, we'll come up with some special event where we'll commemorate it with a Starhopper patch, like, 10 years of Starship, or I don't know what it'll be. I'm just making stuff up, but we have absolutely thought of that because Starhopper needs a patch.
And a second one, just a quick follow-up while you're on, is Pronto asks, do we ever think about a patch board for all the patches?
We've looked at a couple different things, actually. One of the first things that the shop team was working on was like a tote bag that you could add patches to. And we've looked at a couple other options, like a pillow you could add on, like a quilt almost. A board, we haven't really thought of a board because it's so easy to get a board. Like, you could go down to Hobby Lobby, whatever. There's a lot of places where you could get a little cork board or something like that. So would it make sense for us to sell one? Maybe not. Like, you could just go buy one for 50% off every other week at Michael's or whatever. I'm naming U.S. craft stores here. But we've thought of some different ways to display it. Maybe a jacket one day, like a flight jacket or a bomber jacket or something, if you've collected all the patches. But a board, like a display board, I don't think we would sell a board unless we could come up with something really cool. Like if we came up with some cool design where it was cork board, but it actually looked like TPS or something, and then each TPS was sized to fit a patch. Like, we'd have to come up with something different, right? Not just like, here's a pegboard for you to put your patch on. Cool. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Absolutely. Okay. I'm just trying to think. Oh, first of all, John Cook. I'm gonna read this out. It's not a question. It just says, at NASASpaceflight, just shouting out Patrick's crazy level of support again. Well said, John. As someone who's a very big supporter as well, I think, John, you're an L2 left team member. I recognise your name. Very, very much appreciate you making me mention that again, because I think that's the craziest support in one person's level of support I've ever seen. I will say North Antarctica tends to go crazy on every Raptor side, and has collectively done more than that over several Raptor sides. So again, don't get my appreciation wrong, but that was a bonkers one-off. That was really bonkers one-off. And again, I will point out, I appreciate you all. It could be your first time here. I'll be seeing people whose names I might not recognise and are in grey, because obviously just joining YouTube chat, they've subscribed, that's why they can chat in chat. Thank you for subscribing, because we have a lot of good content on our channel, and it really is something we pride ourselves on. We don't put videos on for the sake of it. We make sure that what we put on is good content. I'll give you an example. The Raptor video that we put on this week was really impressive. So if you've not watched that yet, and you're a subscriber now because you're in chat, that's one of the things, one of the rules of YouTube is that you've got to be a subscriber to be able to talk in chat. Just go onto our channel, click on our username in the left-hand side, depending on your browser. Click on the name. You'll see our latest videos, and the Raptor one will be right at the top. And that's where you'll be able to watch that Raptor video, which is good timing because we are talking about Raptors launching this vehicle tomorrow. Sawyer, are we getting close to full stack? There's still a gap there, isn't there?
There's still a gap, but it's lowering a bit. It looks like, again, the fact that you got this drone right there, keeping an eye on it, making sure they get everything just aligned and settled down in place. We're getting close. We are getting very close, but we are not there yet.
Indeed. Drew Nar has spent $2 Canadian to ask when plushies of NSF crew members and bobbleheads. I'm going to pull rank and say never.
What?
Yeah, I'm pulling rank and saying no. I'm vetoing that idea.
Chris, the problem is that too many people would use plushies of crew members as like voodoo dolls, and they would be sticking pins and stuff into us. Like, oh my gosh, Das is on commentary again. He never shuts up. And they'd be like stabbing pins, and my arm would start to tingle. Like, oh, what does my arm hurt? And like 100 viewers would be over there stabbing needles in the voodoo dolls of the commentator, whatever.
Hopefully they just making sure I sit upright. If so, then that's totally fine.
Oh, there's been a few no slouching Sawyers in chat. I've noticed that. I've watched going chat go past, yeah. And again, that's done out of care and love, because people want you to be recovering well, and that means no slouching. So that's what the reference is for people who might be joining, going, why are they telling one of the commentators not to slouch? That's a bit weird. Devin just says, says great stress dolls.
Like a Starship stress doll or a Hopper stress, a little squeezy thing. That is an interesting idea, honestly. I don't really want my face on the doll, but like Hopper or Starship or something would be an interesting. Because I have a shuttle stress doll, like a little stress, a little squeezy thing. Ship 36 stress. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's like it's a normal Starship. When you squeeze it, it's got the little red like balls that expand on it, so it looks
the
like
explosions come out of it.
Yeah,
when you squeeze it, the explosions come out of it.
Exactly. Maybe the pale bay door flies with it before retracting back in when you unsqueeze.
In the box it comes in, you can cut it out, and it's cardboard. You can make a little Massey set, and you squeeze the ship, and the red ball, like the red. Y'all know what we're talking about, like
Lindsay,
the little
Adrian.
angry guy. Yeah. No, I'm
going to barge into this conversation and do an Alex. Ooh. Because one, this conversation's probably a bit weird, and two, I think they're almost lowering it now to the point of full stack. I think they are. The drone is getting very active and very excited about this, so that's a good sign. But I'm seeing a very small gap now. This is getting closer. It's always deceiving with the camera angles, but I'm thinking that is getting... Sawyer, help me out, because my eyesight's terrible. I'm not seeing much of a gap now.
Not much. It looks like there's still, if you look towards the left, there's a little bit of a gap, but it is almost all the way.
They need some kind of lights on the tower where it's red, and suddenly goes dink, green, and there's your full stack. But I don't see... I do joke, but I would like it, Alex.
You joke about that. They used to have status lights that were very, very visible on the outside. I'm sure they still have some of those, but they either dimmed them, they removed the older ones. I do remember, though, when they used to excuse me, early on in the program when they were using that tower and whatnot, they had this whole system of lights. They had like green light, red light, and there was the yellow light. Yellow light was sort of like clear the area and things like that. They had the red light for sketchy things are happening. Please don't be around. There was even one for lightning issues and things like that. Like if there's lightning in the area, there was, I think it was blue or white, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah.
We've actually got super chats about voodoo dolls now. Oh, wow. We're living in a surreal world of the internet where we're watching the world's largest and most powerful rocket ever being full stacked at Pad 1 at Starbase ahead of its launch tomorrow. And we're on voodoo dolls. Sherbet Tot
People want to stab pins in us.
Yeah, voodoo dolls will only work if we have something that belongs to the other person on the doll, like hair. So we're now asking for physical properties from our commentary team to be placed in the voodoo doll. I'm sorry, it's a super chat. I've got to read it out. Oh my goodness. Oh,
Light.
by the way, yes, spotlight.
Oh, hey.
Ooh,
enhance.
Illuminating. Yeah. Illuminating the probably, because it's already. Yeah, it's already dark enough that they need the lights.
Right, I need a long question for Alex. Oh, long answer from Alex from a question even. But that'd be even better. Make more sense, wouldn't it? Because I need to bandicam that. I need to bandicam this spotlight thing. I can't be talking and bandicam at the same time. One, I don't want to record my own voice because I don't like the sound of my own voice. And two, I can't multitask. Right, so Rick Dinatale asks, again, apologies if I butcher people's names. I'm just terrible at reading names out. What changes will be needed to this pad to launch the next generation of boosters and Starships? So it's Pad 1's changes, remember, because Pad 2 is automatically for Block 3. But what amount of work do they need to do on Pad 1, Alex, to bring it up to spec for the next generation of Starship?
A lot. I can go a little bit more in detail. I just don't want to make this another super duper long answer, but think about, for example, the tank farm. The pumps and subcoolers are different for Pad 2. I would imagine they will probably take the chances and also improve those systems on Pad 1 on the side of the tank farm that goes to Pad 1. The launch mount, of course, it is the old design. That needs to go, essentially. They will make a flame trench with its own flame diverter and everything. There will be much better deluge tank farm as well for the, better flame trench and whatnot. There's like more places where the water can come out on the new pad. And then also the tower itself, the chopsticks, for example, are not compatible with the new boosters and ships, both for lifting and catching, so those will need to go, or at least they will need to replace the landing rails. I will still think that they will probably just make new chopsticks with the shorter versions as well, because those are easier to move around and also stop them, which is very important for catches. And then lastly,
Alex.
also the quick disconnect arm. Yes,
Alex, to put it into like say automotive repair terms, basically they have to jack up the pad and put a new one under it. Like there's a lot of changes. It's not they changed like 2 little fixtures and it's good to go. There's an awful lot of work to do, right?
Yeah, that might work for you. I don't know about cars, so
that's why I'm translating to the rest of the audience.
It's like when they do the same with sports. I'm like, yeah, sure. The 9 yards and whatever. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to be serious for a second. I've just bandicammed that really cool spotlight clip because it is pretty much nearly full stack. I've not said full stack because we never know. Actually, it is full stack, but it's pretty close to it. I want to give Tom Ray 5,391 people's thoughts and best wishes because you said, thanks for 5 years with NSF, Chris. You guys are helping me fight cancer now. So, yeah, I want 5,391 people to just think Tom Ray in their head right now and send some positive thoughts. Medically, that's not great, but I do think the power of good wishes helps. And it will certainly translate into Tom Ray. I hope you're listening right now, Tom. Our thoughts are with you. I know exactly what you mean without elaborating. So that is something I just wanted to be serious for a second. And absolutely, chat, I want you to spam like crazy. Tom Ray, best wishes, or something like that, whatever you want to say in your own way. and get that across. I know you're not the only person in the world going through this, but because I've seen you post that comment, I've got to be very careful here. I'm going to get emotional. I want everyone to join in with that right now. Okay, I'm going to put it on screen, by the way. It might help if I click on it. Right, let's get back onto the stuff. Jason Brunt, why does the clamping system look like ship to booster? So, Alex, I think that question is visually, what does it look like if you were stood right next to the booster and ship right now on the ship quick disconnect time? What attaches the two things together?
There are 3 pins at the top of the hot staging ring, with each one with their own hook, and the hook sort of attaches to the aft end of the ship. There's a 4th one, but that doesn't work for that. It's for alignment purposes. It's not at all part of the clamping system or anything. But yeah, it's just 3 hooks at the top of the hot staging ring. They go out and just clamp onto the aft end of the ship. That's it.
Very good. Daniel B, I wish I was there. Not the same being away. I'll tell you what though, Daniel, for the majority of people, I dare say the majority of people who watch our streams, the majority of people have not been to Starbase. This is the next best thing, I would say. Remember, our cameras are like you, as all cameras are at all live streams on all different subjects, is like you being there. The cameras are your eyes, as if you were there. So it really is kind of cool that in this age of the internet, we have this ability to provide the next best thing. I really do find that important. I think if you do eventually go to Starbase, you'll be looking at things with your own eyes and say, wow, I've spent all these years watching SBL, and now I'm watching it with my own eyes. I think it adds more to it. I really do think it adds more to it.
Chris,
I think
we'll have to see if we can get Dan B down there at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, is it our Dan
It's our
B?
Dan.
This is our Dan.
It's our Dan.
Yeah. He not only watches SPL, he operated it and done a lot of things for SPL.
Half the
way, just
equipment
is
that
it
we
down?
have ready for this launch is there and working because Dan was there a couple weeks ago before launch doing electrical wiring and getting battery boxes and that sort of stuff ready. If that's the same Dan B, I think Dan's seen it before.
Alex, that looks down to me.
You think it's down?
I think it's stacked.
Yeah. I don't see at least any gaps.
Yeah.
I'm too busy thinking. It's 2:24 a.m. where I am right now, and I'm the super chat from Dan B. Thank you, Dan B. It didn't register. It did not register. It was our Dan. Oh god.
No, you're so positive. You're like, shut up, Dan B. One day maybe you can make it to Starbase and see it, and we're like.
He's probably like, yeah, I've been there a few times.
Keep striving, Dan. Keep striving. You'll get there one day. Oh my! Shana Bros has done a super chat with no message. That's bonkers. Thank you for your support. Juice, deposit for my deposit for my Jack in a Kilt bobblehead pre-order. Right now, Jack is groaning in our back room. I can guarantee you that. And Shona Rose is back. Shona Rose did a second super chat just to get the message across that was missed in the first time. Wow. They need to automate the alignment procedure if they want to launch 3 times a day. Fair point. They're going to have to get a speedier process. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cryo, need more Shuttle Sunday videos, please. Overall, totally awesome videos and shorts. Really keeps alive the space dreams. I'm glad you appreciate Shuttle Sunday because it is something that we don't do for the audience because it doesn't get large audiences, but I found was important. So you'll agree with me this. This is our way of archiving what we've got because our Shuttle Sundays aren't just going like, this is the NASA TV video of launch, this is the launch, this is what the payloads were. We add all our L2 content. One thing about L2, and it is only one thing of L2, by the way, is that we have an absolute depository of content from each of the old missions right through to STS-135, starting with STS-1 and pre-STS-1, and not just like photographs that we've just archived, but actual occasions where a shuttle engineer has had a box full of actual real photographs, and we've arranged via some people to get them scanned and digitalized and put into L2. So they are literally unique photographs because they are personal photographs that we've then made digital. And I find that important because what happens if that box was lost in a move or something like that? Those photographs are gone forever. This way we can guarantee they're forever on the internet. So it's an important thing. And we get to then show the public, not just L2 members, the public via our Shuttle Sunday shows. Sawyer, any thoughts on that comment about Shuttle Sundays being important? Because, again, it's not a massive audience when we do these, but I think it's important that we document it.
It's absolutely history, because I remember, you know, when I was first getting into shuttle, I would basically point out the fact that anyone who was born after 1981 up until 2011 had not known of any other crewed space vehicle that the U.S. had launched except the space shuttle. That was literally it, was just the shuttle. Anyone born in those years knew that. Shuttle is a name that people still throw around to this day down at the Cape when they're talking about a launch. It's just, oh, another shuttle launch. It is important to keep this history because we lived through it. Even if it wasn't for all of it, we lived through those years of shuttle, and now we need to let people know in the future when we're talking about, oh, the shuttle, that it's not just a thing launching from the Cape, but the history of it, and hopefully people can go back and learn.
Chris and Sawyer both, you know, like verbal histories, right? Where they record a crew member from a battleship in World War II or something like that, just telling stories about their experience. It's not the official documentary or anything like that, but it's just somebody remembering and like they're recording what somebody remembers or somebody's experience. When y'all do Shuttle Sundays, it's almost like that. It's almost like a verbal history from space fans, like the way that y'all remember seeing it and what happened and the photos and the L2 content and that sort of stuff that you bring and you show. It reminds me of that, where it's not a big scripted documentary where, oh, no, and then this happened, right? But it's people who were there, who were experiencing it from all sorts of different ways, telling their stories, right?
Yeah.
From a fan perspective. I think it's from a fan perspective. And it's the way y'all sort of were a part of it. You know, you were working on the shuttle or anything like that, but here's what you remember and why it was important to you, and here's this cool picture I remember seeing. Oh, let me go grab it real quick, right? That's what y'all do during that show, and it's what makes it so different than a stodgy documentary where in 1987 the shuttle, you know, like that's a whole thing, you know. I love them.
No, it's really important. That's a great point because, again, people are going, I've just joined this stream to see a full-stack Starship. Ironically, the Space Shuttle program was designed to be a Starship-like program. It was about reusability, and it never really achieved the cadence that it was promising. So it's important to go back on that history and then see the mistakes that, I will say mistakes, the mistakes that the Space Shuttle program made will have played in to the entire design and preview of what Spaceship can do. And of course, Starship can do. It's an important thing that I honestly believe Starship will achieve what it's projecting, whereas Space Shuttle never really had a chance. But the whole point of Shuttle Sunday is, yes, I do spend a few days downloading all the L2 photographs and some videos and what have you, and I'll put them in folders, but myself and Sawyer and Jack will then just talk through. There's no script. There's no script to it at all. We'll start with pre-launch, we'll go to launch itself, we'll go to the mission, and we'll go to landing. That's the only scripted part of it, is the process of going through that actual mission. But everything else, we're just taking questions from chat, and we're talking through the mission, and just talking about what we know, because we've lived and breathed this program, haven't we? Sorry, we've lived and breathed it, and this is our chance to probably a new audience, because a lot of people got into space because of SpaceX, and just tell them what the history of this was.
Yeah, I mean, that's what got me interested in space, was the Space Shuttle program and the Challenger Learning Centers. But yeah, I saw STS-118 and never missed a shuttle mission after that, all the way through 135. It was amazing. The power that the shuttle had, that it had in pop culture, that it still has to this day, even in pop culture.
Yeah. Yeah, Hollywood you'll still see a Hollywood movie. Maybe not so much these days, but recently, and 10 years after it retired, we're still doing it. They'll still show a space shuttle launching. It's an iconic view where Hollywood will default to that. One day Hollywood will start showing things like Starship launches for their movies, but right now it is the space shuttle. And I do know someone who works in the movies saying one of the reasons is because the NASA footage is free to use. They'd have to pay the rights to SpaceX to use one of their vehicles, maybe. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's one of the reasons. But I think because it's an iconic view that people will instantly recognize in an audience in a cinema. But yeah, it's incredible, really. I'm going to quickly go back to support because while we were just nattering about the space shuttle program, a load of support came in again still. Even though we're full stack now, people are still coming in. Drewnar is obsessed with the Jack bobblehead. I was thinking of Jack bobblehead watching over my model rocket launch, just in case it blows up. Lols. Never planned on becoming a witch doctor yet. But has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. The Ace Rachu has said NSF bobbleheads are silly. No action figures? ? Nibbles gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Ryan has become a Red Team member. Red Belladon, I'm sorry, I just can't read these usernames out and I butcher them every single time. I do apologise in advance. I put them on screen anyway so you can see it. Never really into space or anything until I went to the Kennedy Space Centre and saw Falcon 9 launch in July. Now I wonder about all the technical aspects of all the systems. There we go, you see, it's the key, it's the keyhole, it's the introduction, it's the gateway to having that visual of seeing something cool, like a rocket launch, and then going, like Starship Troopers, would you like to know more? And clicking the yes. And that's what we'll provide you. That's where the gateway, it's a gateway to us, because we'll give you everything you need. We will fire hose you with information. Yes.
Chris, stop saying gateway. I think I made too many people mad when I showed that gateway pass yesterday on Flame Trench.
Oh, God, right, sorry. I was trying to find the right word to use about your transition from seeing something on TV to in real life to wanting to know more. I like my Starship Troopers analogy. Would you like to know?
Okay, gateway's right. Like, gateway makes good sense, Chris. That's the right word to use.
Thank you, yes. USA TLJC. That is the username. $100 super chat. Add Astra with NSF as our guide. Thanks for all you do, NSF team. Right, so that is somebody who has just spent $100 of their hard-earned money to support us, and then with it, provided that message. That will never get boring for me. Never will get boring for me. Somebody is saying thank you for what you do, and then sending you money as well. That is surreal. I will never... Daz, help me out here.
Chris, yeah. It's the same thing. Airport announcement aside, I don't know if y'all hear it in the background. Don't accept baggages from people you don't know well. But it's the same thing. Like when somebody shows up and they not just chat, and they don't just like send it to the friends or watch the show or whatever, and they actually send us money. It's $2, it's $5, it's $100, whatever it is. They trust us. Like they're sort of voting with their dollars, and they're trusting us to keep doing cool things that they enjoy. And so every time somebody does that, it's not, oh, hey, thanks for what you've done. The end. It's like, all right, how are we going to turn that around and continue to do new cool things for them? It means so much. Chris always says we're not a huge corporation funded by millions of dollars of big movie money or whatever, right? We're enthusiasts who love doing this, and it like sort of reached critical mass so that we could have like this camera shot here that's on property owned by NASASpaceflight LLC at Starbase. Make sure that one's actually on our yeah, I'm pretty sure that one's a good one. We can do that because of y'all's support. Like, you keep showing up, you keep saying thank you, you toss some money into the hat on occasion. It just means so much. Like, I'm getting ready to get on a plane to fly to Starbase, and when I get there, I'm going to be tired. I'm going to want to sleep, but I'm not going to want to do that stuff because I want to make sure that we get the best show, the best coverage, the best camera feeds, whatever, for y'all tomorrow if this thing goes. How's that, Chris?
I'm so glad you're on this stream, because it's like my brain is on its last legs right now, and I'm like, thank you for your support, blah, 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 blah. But Daz concisely put it there. But I need to keep you for another 30 seconds, if that's okay, Daz, because this is crazy. I'm reading this in order. This is not something I've picked and choose. These are in order. Crafty Geek has done a $50 tip. First of all, thank you for doing that. That's amazing. But this is the message that goes with it. Does
Are we supposed to read it?
I'm going to, yeah,
Are
well...
we?
Am I?
I mean,
should I?
Let's just answer. Let's answer the question. Like at the bottom, you should send us an email, right? So you can send us an email. It's business@nasaspaceflight.com. It's like a catch-all email, but that will get to Chris, and it'll get to me. It'll get to Kevin. Like, it'll get to the powers that be, right? And if you send us an email there, we can tell you more. We do have a mailing address. I understand wanting to not go through like payment processors and stuff like that to support what we do. But let's talk on email and make sure we get that set up, because yes, we can work with that. We know about the processing fees and that sort of stuff. And we know sometimes when people are like, oh, geez, YouTube takes a lot of that or whatever. So Tips is cool, but even Tips has the processing fee. You're absolutely right in your message. If you send us an email, business@nasaspaceflight.com, we will get it sorted out. And thank you so much.
Yeah,
I think
amazing.
that's how we handle that one, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you know, I want to get this across. I'm sorry, I'm babbling, but I don't care. You might come on the stream. You might be first time on the stream and go, "Oh my god, these people only reading out super chats." No, I've been reading questions out, just questions from anybody, just normal questions. The only thing I really ask is do at NASASpaceflight or at NSF, so it goes into our panel, so that we're constantly scrolling up and down the chat otherwise. So that's the way of doing it. It goes into our panel. We can pick and choose the questions in any relaxed order of timeline. But the fact is, we just get so much support. It's impossible not to sound like we're only reading out super chats. It is crazy. Well, even on Raptor sides, where there's a couple of thousand people, we'll get a load of support, and I will read them out. I think it's very important we do at least read them out.
Yeah.
Oh, crazy. Speaking of which, Red Baldolman, so one I can't pronounce, it's gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you again. Amazing support. Let's get some other questions out. We're looking at a full stack under Spotlight, Flight 10, Booster 16, Ship 37. It's absolutely crazy and wonderful to see.
Hours, Chris. Maybe around 22 hours before launch. Hopefully that weather holds tomorrow. Find a hole in these scattered thunderstorms and get this thing off the pad.
Indeed. I will, because I can't type and talk at the same time, I will ask Kevin in the background, who was talking to me, if we need to keep going for that thing you were planning, or if we're coming to the end of our stream, because obviously I want to make sure the team gets some rest before the big day tomorrow. And myself and Alex, we've got the CRS launch to cover in how many hours, Alex?
Couple hours.
I don't know if Alex is still with us.
Issues.
Hang on, let me check
Make
next.
He's saving up his internet for tonight.
Yes, one way you could do that. Sorry, you were talking at the same time as Daz was talking there. But it was a case of, I think we can just check next spaceflight, and we'll know exactly how many hours to go. In fact, I'm going to do that live. I'm going to type in the URL next spaceflight. There we go. And I'm going to click on the CRS SpaceX 33, is it called. It says 5 hours and 5 minutes and 57 seconds to the launch of CRS. And of course, the webcast for that will start an hour before that. So we've got 4 hours to go until that webcast. So that's no sleep for me tonight. But that's like coming up.
30.
Yeah. So that's, but it's an important mission to cover. That's what we do. We'll cover all the launches that are important. That is a resupply mission to the ISS. So it's not something we'll definitely ignore. Absolutely not.
And it has the ability to boost the ISS. They have a special trunk that they'll be able to raise the altitude of the ISS, which is amazing and critical for the survival of the ISS for these last couple of years. So very important.
There we go. And we're going to start that stream. Which stream we're starting, Kevin? You talking about the stakeout stream? Oh, we're talking about the CRS stream. I would assume you're going to talk about the stakeout stream, because I can do a programming note at the same time. But either ways, we're going to have some special prints of today's stacking available for you all, because I know we had some stunning views of this, and that'll be something you can have on your wall as well. How about that, then? I just want to end the stream with Orion support, which was why are rockets round and not hexagonal? I watched nearly all shuttles growing up, live live, excited for space exploration beyond my lifetime. Well, it is an exciting future, I do think. I mean, if Elon does his presentation tomorrow as he's planning, we're going to get more information about the plans to get to Mars. This is where we are right now. It's a vehicle that can actually facilitate these Mars missions, and that is an exciting thing in its right. So even though it's a test flight, it's something that's progressing towards this vehicle being used for those missions to Mars, which is really cool. And it's a stakeout stream. We're going to have some special prints for you to put on display. And I'll be starting a stakeout stream as well. I'm going to get no sleep until Monday. But that's fine. It's exciting times. It's a big rocket launch. Who can not be excited about that? There we go. And we do have the whoosh of the Stinger showing the streams we've got. The stakeout streams first. and that is then followed by the launch stream itself, and that is tomorrow's programming after the CRS-33 launch, which is in 5 hours' time, or 4 hours' time, in fact. That's when the stream will start. So that's something. We've got 3 big streams tomorrow, basically. Fun day, a fun Sunday. How about that? But let me thank who's been on this stream. I don't know if Alex has got his comms back, but I'm going to thank Alex anyway and give him 3 seconds to say, "You're welcome, Chris." No, Alex is
not.
Alex is not coming back. That's fine. But we're going to thank Alex anyway. Thank you very much, Alex. We're also going to thank Sawyer. Thank you, Sawyer.
Always a pleasure to be here. I'm glad we have a full stack. Under 24 hours to go, potentially. This is exciting.
And also thanks to Daz, live from an airport. I don't know if that's even, I don't know how you did it, but you've done it. But thank you, Daz, for joining in.
It's my job to go live from wacky random places, Chris. Like that's one of the things that I can do. So yeah, no, I'm glad I was able to dial in. I was glad I had some stable internet here after I got it sorted out, and I'm gonna see if I can go find me a snack or something like that, and then get on the last flight to Brownsville. So I'm there first thing in the morning to help the team set up.
Excellent. And also thank you to Carson, because I always thank the producer. I try to always thank the producer at least. But thank you to Carson in the background. Thank you to Jay and Kevin as well. I'm sure they're not the actual producer of this stream, but they're always around. And I think that's an important thing to have a backup of that. So I want to thank them anyway. And they're always around, so it's very important. I do thank them. Until the next stream, which is in 4 hours' time, which is CRS-33, and it'll be me again with Alex. Thank you for joining us, and get ready for the stakeout stream. If you've not bookmarked it or favorited it and things like that, make sure you do, because that'll be the first start of our Starship Flight 10 coverage tomorrow. But until then, thanks for joining us, and goodbye.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, Atlantis.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? We don't need any more of these.